Good evening. This is the Huntley Community School District 158 board meeting for Thursday, December the 15th. It is 6:05. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Gentry.
Here.
Mr. Guerin.
Here.
Mr. Troy.
Here.
Mr. Daly.
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino. Here. Mr. Craddy.
Here.
Mr. Quagliano.
Here. Forum, item is to go into closed session. I'll make a motion to go into closed session at 6:05 for the items enumerated in the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Maiorino. Can we roll call, please?
Mr. Guerin.
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino.
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano.
Yes.
Mr. Craddy.
Yes.
Mr. Troy.
Yes.
Mr. Gentry.
Yes.
Mr. Daly.
Yes. Okay, we'll be in closed session for the next 54.
Update from both of you. So I have a small report in the communication section, so perfect.
Okay, we're ready to, resume in public session. Can we roll call, please?
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Gentry?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino? Here. Mr. Garin?
Here.
Mr. Craddy?
Here.
Okay, there's no action to be taken from closed session, so if we could, first, I think Dr. Beal, I'm going to present the students to do the pledge.
Hey, good evening. While our students are coming up, we have students who are representatives of our Snow Raider Ski Club, which since I have been here has grown exponentially. Just last week they had their first time on the hill at Alpine, which is where we typically go ski. We had 195 individuals go out and ski, just a handful of parents. It's a growing club. When they had their informational meeting, they completely packed out our cafeteria, and there were faces of kids that just, this is their thing, this is what they want to do. I've been out on the hill. They've taught me how to ski. I've stayed up all the time. I've learned a lot about myself and my, I'm being completely honest. I was afraid of falling down. Thought the bunny hill was like dying. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm gonna have our students come up and introduce themselves and just tell you one quick great experience that they've had just being a part of Snow Raiders.
Hi everyone, my name is Cadence Preston. I'm a senior this year, and I think being in Snow Raiders is amazing, and it's been so good learning how to snowboard and learning to snowboard with my dad as well and all my friends.
Hi, my name's Hannah Kabelka. I'm also a senior, and I really think it's given me a great leadership opportunity in the school and the community.
Hi, I'm Aubrey Dingbaum. I am a junior this year, and I like the club because I get to ski with my friends and meet new people.
Hi, I'm Carson Benedict. I'm a senior, and I think Snow Raiders has really provided me with, like Hannah said, a great leadership opportunity, and I've been skiing my whole life, and I picked up snowboarding, so it's overall just a great opportunity the school's provided us.
Stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Got it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item is student recognition. Who do we have from cross country? Round two.
Hey, I'm back. I want to bring up our coaches and a couple of our student athletes. Let me tell you just a little bit about the journey that I've been able to watch. So when I moved here in 2018, I lived right behind the district office over here in Manchester Lakes, and I saw these two young ladies who were just middle schoolers at the time, just kind of riding bikes, and then I saw them at the high school, and these young ladies are probably the most active young ladies I have seen. They are running together. They are inseparable. You see one, you see another, and it's just been amazing to watch their growth and to watch their success. And to hear, when I went to the sectional meet out at, I believe it was Lake Forest, Lake Park, it was a lake, it's a lake, Lake County. I was able to just hear some of the comments that came from just some of the spectators who have also been to a lot of cross-country meets and have seen their journey. They've seen their publicity in the press. And so I'm not going to take too much of the thunder, but I just wanted to share just the amazement that we have had in watching their journey and watching them grow and just where they're getting ready to go to. And so I'm going to kick it over to our awesome coaching staff who has been with these young ladies as well as with the team all across the state and has experienced their greatness. So I wanted to say a huge shout out to our coaching staff. I'm going to bring them to the mic.
Hi, good evening. My name is Matt Kaplan. I work at the high school, and after school, I coach cross-country in the fall and track and field in the spring. To my left, before I recognize these young ladies, assistant coaches Jason Monson works at the high school, and assistant coach Jimmy Justice, Huntley alumni, and well-appreciated staff members of the cross-country team. I'm here tonight to present to you guys, on my left, okay, so Brittany is wearing this charcoal gray. This is Brittany Burek, and Brianna is in black, Brianna Burek. So I'm presenting these two ladies. Again, keep that in mind. These two are seniors, and the reason we are here tonight to recognize them is this past fall, they earned all-state honors at the IHSA State Cross Country Meet, Class 3A. So being Huntley High School, we are in the largest class, very, very competitive class, and these two young ladies finished in the top 25, earning that all-state recognition. Over these 4 years, I would have a laundry list of things of their accolades that Dr. Veland kind of made mention to. These two young ladies, what I love about coming to these things, I don't always come to board meetings, but when I do, I bring outstanding students and athletes. And these two young ladies, as Dr. Veland mentioned, they are the hardest working people, and they are very dedicated. And the results they get are from every bit of those minutes that go into it. Their races are not long, but the work that these ladies put in and day out, week in and week out, every season, every year, it's immense. And it's been very impressive to me, very impressive to our coaching staff. As seniors, they're going to be greatly missed. Next year, Brianna in black, she will be going to Illinois State University to continue her education. And Brittany in the charcoal gray, she will be going to Indiana State University. Also with the athletics, I always like to recognize their academics as well. Just so you guys are all aware, these two young ladies have an outstanding academic record. They will take their finals next week. They will, after doing that, they will have completed all the credits needed to graduate. So these two young ladies are just amazing individuals. And I always like to point that out. So without further ado, I would just like to present to you Brianna and Brittany Burek. Hey, we're going to walk around. We're going to walk around. We're going to shake hands.
Congratulations. What are you studying next year? Awesome. Good luck. Congratulations. Great job, coach. Great job.
We're also going to get a photo of that today. You guys are front and center. You know where to go. Are you sure? Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Keep it moving on the agenda, third time's the charm. I'm going to call Amanda Hank up. who is going to talk just a little about our engineering. Amanda Hank has provided so many opportunities for our young people in Project Lead the Way and in our engineering department. She's spearheaded a lot of the work with regard to the pathways that we presented earlier this school year, as well as just making sure that our kids have the most opportunities. When you go into her classroom, it is one of my favorite rooms to be in. There's robots all over the place. There's tools all over the place, and there's kids working every single day trying to figure out the work and the problems and challenges that they have been put before them. So Amanda has done such an awesome job, and I want to recognize her before I give her the floor to recognize our students. So thank you, Amanda.
Thank you. I'm a little shorter. Thank you, Dr. Whelan. It's my pleasure to recognize our small group of Engineering Academy students who recently competed at the annual Illinois State University Technology Day competition. At this competition, students are in teams of 2, and they compete in one of 4 different engineering challenges against teams from all across the state of Illinois. This year, the high school sent 11 teams of 2 students to this event. Each challenge that they participate in is developed and judged by university students in the technology education program at ISU. Teams are given about an hour to develop their solution, and the challenge that they're facing is a surprise. So they have about an hour to develop and engineer and build their solution in their category, and then the judging begins. There are approximately every year between 15 and 20 teams in each category. And I am proud to say that the 4 teams that are here tonight helped Huntley place in all 4 events. This is the first time in our 5 years of participating in the Technology Day Challenge that we've accomplished this. So congratulations to our following teams. It's all about you. Come on up. In engineering design, Madeline Glanton and Ashlyn Rankin in first place. In invention innovation, Brendan Hollow and Nate Persino in first place. In structural technology, Gianmarco Milan and Davis Tomlinson in first place. And in transportation technology, Diego Luna and Mason Titone in third place. So we took first place and third place, well, placed in all 4 categories. There were about 114 teams at this event, so this is quite an accomplishment.
So what did you engineer? What'd you guys do?
About your events.
Hi, my name is Gianmarco Milan. So in our case specifically, what we had to do was we had to design a structure that was not only tall enough to hold up a water bottle, but also had to span like 16 inches in order to hold like a bridge. So it was a tall building that was also a bridge, and we had to design one given the materials we were given and all the measurements that we were provided.
What period of time did you have to do that?
Roughly an hour.
An hour?
Yeah.
For us, we had to build a structure that could keep different weighed spheres at a different level, but could also span as long as it possibly could.
For our design, that we had to come up with something that could sort 2 sorts of balls, one that was small, one that was big, and have them at different levels. And we had to do this in the fastest time possible. We did still have the hour, but we had to just design a machine that could sort it within, it was like 4 seconds for us. Yeah, about 4 seconds for us.
So for our group, we had transportation technology, and in this instant challenge, we had to basically build an airplane with only paper and popsicle sticks, as well as using hot glue in under an hour to fly as far as possible while also looking designingly pleasing.
Great job. Yeah, it did. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Good one.
Congratulations. And what do you guys think you decided to design?
We have a group photo, if that's okay, right up here.
Very cool. Congratulations. 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 What you guys did for... Okay, congratulations.
Can I have you two just file it on this side and then get a little comfy if you can? Alex, you come. Oh, we got another one?
You can stand in front, I don't think you'll hear it.
No, it's okay. Got it. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you, everybody. Everybody in? Okay, on to item 6, which is public comment. So we have multiple meetings and hearings that are going on. So I have a few public comments that are for just the regular board meeting, and then I have a couple that are set aside for the levy hearing. So you can speak at both, and you're not precluded from speaking at just one. So we'll start with public comment. Remind everyone that we have 3 minutes to make our public comments, and at 3 minutes, if we're going over, I'll try to politely tell you to try and wrap up your comments. Appreciate the compliance with that. With that said, the first one will be Jill Cataldo.
Good evening. Is this on, or do I need to push the? I think that's it. Okay, great. Thank you, guys. I'm Jill Cataldo. I want to extend a warm welcome to John. Some of us were looking forward to meeting you at your recent Starbucks that you sadly had to miss. We enjoyed reading Tuesday's Northwest Herald article about you, in which you stated that you don't think taxes in this school district need to be higher. So many people in the community agree with this statement. Browsing the Huntley community Facebook groups point out that the comment made during the November board meeting is that the district is going for the highest tax levy in history because it doesn't want to, quote, leave money on the table. And this rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. The money on the table is our money. It's on our kitchen tables, not the boardroom table. Right now, it's already spread incredibly thin. Inflation is at the highest point that most of us have seen in our lifetimes. Groceries are expected to rise another 8% next year, utilities 11%, gasoline won't be going down either, with oil prices to remain over $100 a barrel for the entire 2023 year. Again, this isn't money left on the table if you don't take it. It remains in the household with our families, with all students always, that we all care about so much. The money doesn't belong to you yet, and at a time when many are outraged about the endless spending on green initiatives in this district, more money is being asked for. Just because you can does not mean you should. Going for the maximum tells us you want to take all the taxes you can, not what you need. The Huntley Library recently decided not to go after their maximum tax levy that they could because they appreciated the community's support of the library expansion and realized this is not time to take everything they can. Please do not proceed with passing the highest tax levy in the history of this district. And again, John, we are so glad you echoed how many of us feel about the tax increases. We would appreciate a no vote tonight. Switching gears to address another issue. At the December 1st Committee of the Whole meeting, a parent and grandparent spoke about the kindergarten student being bullied on the school bus. While these women were pouring their hearts out to the board, one board member used these women's 3-minute public comment window to check his own personal voicemail on speaker near the microphone. The entire room and the internet audience watching the YouTube live stream heard, "Hi Bill, this is Saint Alexian." Now, regardless of what might be going on in one's personal life, it is incredibly disrespectful to serve on this board and be unwilling to put a personal cell phone down for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. A family takes the time to walk through these doors, set aside their fear of public speaking, bring their concerns and issues to you in this very small 3-minute window of time. And in response, too often, some members of the board stare at their phones, make little or no eye contact with anyone, and connect with the members of the community that are speaking. That's bad enough, but to be so disengaged from the meeting process that one decides to dial into a personal voicemail box, enter whatever PIN number accesses the voicemail, and then listen to messages while a parent is speaking is inexcusable. Again, this wasn't a phone that accidentally rang during a meeting. I think we all understand things like that can happen. This was a deliberate act that showed thousands of members of our community just how little attention is often paid to our words when we're speaking, and it is in the thousands. That clip has been all over Facebook in the Huntley community groups. If the issues in one of the board members' lives are so significant that we cannot wait 3 minutes to check a voicemail during public comment in a board meeting, perhaps the time commitment in serving on the board is too great to commit to at this time. Thank you.
John Smith.
I'm speaking against the levy this evening as I have many times before. I was not here last year because of COVID, but I am again back for a levy that is the largest levy, 5% levied ever since the district has started. I've been here many times to propose against the levy. I'm here again. The district has continually lied and given false information to the public. This district continues to tout a statistic that has been flagrant for years. The fact that Mr. Altemeyer has been putting out for years has been that this district has the lowest per pupil administrative cost in all of the districts around. That is a fabrication. That is a lie. The district hides administrative positions under different classifications. In 2020, when I last spoke, there were 64 certified and support service positions that are clearly administration, with titles of administration, that are not classified to the Illinois report card or to the state of Illinois. This year, 2022, that number went from 64 to 101. Your administrative costs have doubled, but you're not submitting that to anybody else in the public. You're not showing that to the public, you're not submitting that to the Illinois report card. You're manipulating the numbers to show that you don't have administration costs in this district, and it's a flat-out lie. Plain and simple. I have the numbers to prove it. You've seen my FOIA request. You know what's going on. This district in 2020 had 18,218 students. This year, they have 17,180, a reduction of over 1,000 students. But our administrative costs have doubled. I'd like an explanation for that. Also, keep in mind, this is an election year. We have the highest levy ever being voted on tonight. If you vote yes, you're going to be called out for it publicly by many, many people. Consider that vote tonight, because if you do, you're going to hear about it again, especially when you run for election. This district needs to be more transparent. You wouldn't have the FOIA request, massive number of FOIA requests coming in if you shared accurate statistics. You're not. You're lying. Be fair to the people. Be honest. Don't hide administrative positions. Just tell us what it is.
Excuse me, Joseph Cortez?
Good evening. It's my first time ever speaking, so forgive me if I'm nervous.
That's okay.
But I would like to acknowledge that back in 2021, I did put together a walkout for the topic of sexual assault and bullying that was happening to the students in our community. It's a shame that publicly on social media, the district likes to project "choose happy." It's always "you matter." But when it comes down to it, that's not the case. It was extremely disappointing and upsetting that I found out not too long ago my little cousin was sexually exploited on the bus ride home. To know that all these types of issues are still happening, and especially to the young ones, when I had to deal with this myself when I was in high school, is a shame. It's not a shock that this district has still and is currently covering up these instances. I would just like to say that no matter what, even though I am a Huntley High School graduate and I may not be in the community anymore, me, my family, and the community of Huntley will continue to fight. We will not give up until these issues are prevented or at best, prevented at best, but also, God forbid these do happen, the right steps are taken, unlike they haven't been taken actually currently. And yeah, that's it. Sorry.
That's all right.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have more to say? Thank you, Joseph. The other public comments I have, I've got scheduled for the levy hearing. Just want to make sure everybody, the ones who gave them, are good with that. That's what they intended. So with that, that's the end of public comments for the regular meeting. We're going to suspend the regular meeting to go into these multiple hearings. So I'll make a motion to suspend the regular meeting at 7:32. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Gentry. Can we have a roll call to suspend?
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes. Okay. All right. So then we are going to open the waiver hearing, which has the statement of affairs application. 7:32. We need to vote to go in this meeting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can I have a second to go into that meeting?
Second.
Second from Ms. Maiorino. You have roll call.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Okay. All right, item 2 is testimony for waiver of school code statement affairs, Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. This used to be really a standard operating procedure on an annual basis. Because per the school code requires a statement of annual affairs. The affairs for the prior year school district shall be published in the newspaper prior to December 1st of each year. And about 8 years ago, we identified an opportunity to have that waived. I mean, we do have the internet. And we asked the legislature down in Springfield to waive that requirement in an effort to simply save a few $1,000s a year. So on an annual basis, we had asked the board for approval. And subsequently after that, the legislative process down in Springfield on an annual basis would approve our waiver. For the last 3 years ago, we asked the Springfield folks to approve a 3-year waiver, and that waiver expired this past year. So in an effort to continue to move forward to save a few $1,000s a year, and by the way, I think this year we may be the only district doing this, we are asking the legislature down in Springfield to approve a 5-year waiver from fiscal year 23 through 27 to waive the requirement of publishing in a newspaper, and rather we will post it on our website as we always do. So with that, part of the process is to have a hearing and to have a board approve the resolution attached, as well as the request. And so with that, I make the recommendation that the board approve the waiver hearing held tonight at the later meeting to approve the waiver request for the statement of affairs. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No questions from myself. This is something we do, and it definitely saves the taxpayers money by doing it in this fashion. I think we were one of the first ones to do it years ago.
Yeah, there's only been a few districts over the years that have actually gone through this process, and frankly, it's really not that hard.
Yep. Okay, so this is the waiver hearing. It's not the levy hearing. So the next section is public comments. I don't know if anybody wants to make their public comments now or just the ones I have. I was going to say for the levy hearing. Is that okay with those? Is it Andrew? Is good? Okay. All right. So that's fine. With that, I'll make a motion to adjourn the waiver hearing at 7:35. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Troy, with a roll call.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes. Mr. Troy?
Yes. Okay. All right. We are now going to move on to the levy hearing. So I'll make a motion to open the levy hearing at 7:36. Can we have a roll call? That motion is just to call to order.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Here, yes.
Mrs. Maiorino? Yes.
Item 2 is testimony for 22 levy. Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. In your packet, you do have the 2022 final tax levy that was actually presented in November. There have been no changes to what has been presented in November, so I am going to do a presentation walking the board through a few key facts as well as some data points regarding the 2022 levy. And I want to start with this, and I started with this last year. It's kind of a reminder of what we do and why we pass the levy, right? 60+% of our revenues come from property taxes, and we don't take that lightly at all. In fact, but we have to remember that the reason we have those funds is to do the things we do for students every single day, right? Whether it's athletics or it's specialized programs, right? It's the student recognition that we just did for the engineering program, and we do the same thing for the medical academy. And it's athletics, it's extracurriculars, it's fine arts. It's everything we do for students, ultimately up to graduation. Right? That's how we use these resources. That's state resources, but we need resources to continue to do the things, well, we've been doing. And I shared this picture last year, And I wanted to bring this back. This is actually the very first picture I took on the very first day I started at the district. In 2009, January 5th, 2009, I took this picture because I didn't know what it was. And I found it last year, and it reminded me, oh my God, 13 years ago, I took this picture. And the kinders that I started with in 2009 graduated, well, last year. And I reflected upon all the great things we did for this group of students, from one-to-one, to the specialized programs, to the medical academy, to blended learning. You name all the different things we've done from elementary to middle school to high school, those kids with the resources primarily provided by our community, right? They were able to achieve some great things. But I also let the board know at the end of that presentation that tonight's passing and approval of our recommendation of passing this 5% levy increase isn't really just about next year's revenue. It's to ensure that, well, we have enough revenue, well, for the next 13 years, really, for the next 14 years. Because we need to ensure we can continue to do the things, well, that we did for the previous group of students. That we can continue to do all those great things. Because none of us wants to be in a position where we have to increase classroom sizes down the road. None of us wants to be in that position where we have to cut programs, cut extracurriculars. And trust me, there are a lot of school districts in the state having those discussions about cutting programs. We are all going through price increases, including the school district. We are seeing bigger price increases. We saw 15, 16% increase in propane buses. We're seeing huge increases in the things, the daily things that we have to do, from supplies and materials and services. We are also experiencing increases. So that has to be remembered. I also wanted to share this. I've never really shared the definition of a levy. I remember coming here 13 years ago and they said, well, we got to do the levy, and I had no idea what the levy was. I quickly learned what the levy was, but I've never really shared this definition because, frankly, it's a little harsh to impose or collect by legal authority. But the fact of the matter, that is what we do. But I think everybody here, every single cabinet member here, every single board member here, we don't take this lightly, right? We make sure, from an operational efficiency standpoint, that we are saving dollars so that we can keep dollars into the classroom, right? I don't like saying we are one of the lowest, K through 12, lowest spending districts in the state of Illinois. And that number comes from our auditor, by the way. That comes from our auditor who completes our audit, who completes the annual financial report, who submits the AFR to the state of Illinois, who provides us that number. So it's an audited number. Right? I don't like saying that, but the fact of the matter is, well, we are. And because of that, we have had to learn how to become incredibly operationally efficient, and I think we've proven that. We're one of the greenest districts in the state, which also means we are probably one of the most energy efficient districts in the state, I would challenge. And we do a lot of things that a lot of other districts, well, they don't do. We maximize revenues far greater than a lot of other districts. We collect on grants that a lot of districts don't collect on. From a technology grant that only 100 or plus districts applied for, we received $500,000, right? Dr. McCrindle, Dr. Del Castillo applied for a grant that only 150, I think, districts applied for in the state out of 900 districts, and we're going to benefit to the tune of $700,000 over 2 years. The electric bus grant, the things we do for health insurance to make sure our employees are as healthy as they can be, so that we can minimize health insurance expense. I think we are doing the things we need to do because we don't take this lightly. So what do I really want to cover today? Just a few things. I want to redefine the property tax extension law limitation, detailed define. Okay, our tax rate benchmark, because I think that is kind of important. We want to talk about the historical CPI, and that the historical CPI is the allowable percentage we are allowed to collect year over year, and we'll talk about that when we define PTEL. We'll talk about historical abatements. The district has given back to lessen the burden on the community year after year, and we're going to do that again this year, and I think that does need to be discussed. And then ultimately, we will get into the data points and then ask for a recommendation for the board. So this is PTEL, Property Tax Extension Limitation Law. We are limited each and every year by the amount that we ask to increase our taxes by, okay? referred to as a tax cap, it's referred to as a lot of things, but it limits our increase to the taxing district, right? To the consumer price index or 5%. Well, consumer price index has never been more than 5%, it's never been 5%. Last year it was 7%, and because of that, we are limited to 5% this year. Our tax rates, okay? These are the 2020 tax rates, and I couldn't find all of the 2021 tax rates before this meeting, but they are all only a few pennies off of this. But the reason I am sharing this is against our benchmark district, but it also includes all of the McHenry County taxing districts here. And as appropriate, we have added Crystal Lake 47 and 155 together, because if you live in that community, well, you have to pay both of those. And as you can see, not only do we have one of the lowest tax rates against all these benchmark districts, well, we have the lowest in McHenry County. So not only are we operationally efficient and we spend a lot less than all these districts, we also have a very low tax rate, which is actually driving why we spend what we spend. We can only spend what we receive. Here's a history of the consumer price index by levy year. So you can see the 5% on the far right, but you can also see for the previous 8 years, the CPI, the amount that the allowable percentage that we can collect year over year, has ranged as low as 70 basis points in 2016 up to 2020, 2.3%. So the highest we have been allowed to ask for in the previous 8 years was 2.3%. But we talked about abatements earlier, and I told you that abatements are reductions. We use these as reductions to the property tax, bond, and interest. So we use these so we can lessen the impact to the community on the overall property taxes. And so over the years, starting in calendar year 2012, levy year 2011, we abated some significant dollars. And you can see in 2011 and 12, we abated so much money, we actually negated the complete impact of that year's tax levy. And then in subsequent years, so the next 6 years, we abated $400,000 every single year, utilizing general funds so that we can lessen the impact on the community. The reason I'm showing you both of those previous charts is because, well, that impacts, well, how much really, what was that impact to the community? And after the abatement, you can see the amount that, well, the impact to the community, the amount that we were allowed to collect, that we actually collected based on our extension from an operating perspective, range as low as 10 basis points, really zero in 2015-16. Those were the large abatements you saw, all the way up to 2020, which was still 2.3%. But on average, over the last 8 years, the amount that we were collecting was 1.18%. And the reason I bring this up is 1.18% over that period of time, even if it's 2%, I think we all know that, well, prices have been going up, but for our school district, right, we have to stay within market. We are a service organization where we have 1,600 employees running through the payroll. We have 2 unions, and 75% of what we spend is all salaries and benefits. And a big portion of benefits is health insurance, and we all know what health insurance has been doing over the last 10 years. That's been going up from 5 to 7% sometimes. Right? The price of pharmaceuticals is going through the roof. Right? And our union contracts, our salaries to our employees so that we can retain our really good teachers, attract really good teachers, well, we've had to pay our 3.5 to 4% on an annual basis. So the majority of our costs have exceeded the amount of funding we have requested, but we've been able to balance that and manage through that, whether it's through operational efficiencies or other means. So I wanted to share that because I think that's a very important point to make. Now we get to the data points for the 2022 levy, and we start with equalized assessed value, that's EAV. EAV is estimated to increase 8.48% from prior years, 1.68, to 1.687 billion. I included a chart and a graph there because I think we all remember when the real estate market crashed, right, in 2010 and 11. And it takes a few years for that to come through our assessed values of our homes and our properties. But you can see since 2014, that has been on the uptick. And the reason I share this as part of the calculation, this impacts our tax rate. New construction is up from prior year, due to residential development. With the estimated new construction, estimated from the counties at $24.4 million versus last year's $16.2 million. Again, since 2018, you can see there's a major uptick, and the majority of that uptick is residential, although we are now starting to see more commercial property on Route 47 that is playing a part in this. I also want to make it a point that I know within Huntley, we've had some very big facilities such as Weber and Amazon come in to the Huntley property. But just so everybody knows here and listening, well, those two locations, they're not in our taxing district, unfortunately, and that would represent some huge tax dollars to the school and to the taxing district here. But unfortunately, fortunately for District 300, they're there. Unfortunately for us, well, they're there. So I wanted to share that as well. So that's new construction. Other data points. The cap tax rate is expected to decrease 4.45 from prior year's 4.53. Well, that's to be expected because everybody saw the increase in EAV. And actually, if you go back to 2014, where EAV, equalized assessed value for the taxing district, started to take off, at that point in time, the operating tax rate was actually 5.25. So since 2014, the tax rate has come down from $5.25 to $4.53. At 5%, at CPI, a homeowner with a $200,000 market value will experience an approximate $148 increase. I think that's also important to note and be a little bit transparent on. But please remember, this $200,000 market value home is also representative of $200,000 assessed value. So we have to take that into play as well. And we also balloon our levy. We ballooned our levy by 1% this year, or $751,000, to cover an underestimate on new construction, which would allow us that new construction number if it comes in wrong, because the counties provide us estimates on new construction. And so if that new construction number comes in at $30 million or $35 million, we're covered so that while we don't, I don't want to say it, but we use the phrase, leave money on the table. What we're simply doing here is protecting ourselves, providing fiscal responsibility that the amount we're levying will cover us once the final number comes in. This is not uncommon. Every single district does this. District 300 used to balloon their levy up to 40%. Well, from a transparency standpoint, we don't want to balloon at 40%, but we certainly do want to make sure that those new homeowners, those new commercial businesses, that if they come into our taxing district, well, they should be covering a piece of the pie as well. And so we don't want to leave that money on the table. So I do want to kind of clarify how we use that language. And then lastly, the levy request approximates $75.88 million. I do have one more note here that I did want to note, because we talked about the abatements and I haven't covered that yet. With a 5% increase in the operating tax rate combined with the approximate, because we don't really talk about this, we have a bond and interest fund. Our bond and interest is going up year over year by 3.5%. Historically, that's what it's been doing. We have structured our debt to do that. So blending those two pieces of the levy, the bond and interest increasing at 3.5%, the extension increasing at 5%, the overall increase to the extension for levy year 2022 approximates 4.81%. But we talked about a $750,000 abatement, and the board is committed and has discussed abating $750,000 by resolution at the January board meeting. And we do that again in an effort, right, to lessen the burden on the community. And by after that $750,000 abatement, that rate decreases, that 4.81% rate decreases to approximately 3.9% impact to the community or a homeowner. So I wanted to make that point as well. With that, I open it up for questions, and I make the recommendation to the board to approve the levy year 2022 recommendation as noted. Thank you.
Thank you. So any comments or questions for Mr. Allmeyer?
Just a comment, I think that whole last summation that you put across, kind of the all-in price, so to speak, I think is an important point to draw out. So I thought that was pieced together nicely, and it tells the story of strategically what we're trying to do in terms of managing through the nuances to the tax formula and the nuances to inflation, how all those metrics interact. And we've also intentionally brought the 750 discussion into it, as well as the restructure work on the bond and interest to help make some of this all-in price hits not so steep in the face of an inflationary environment. So I think it's important to draw that out.
Yeah, just a quick clarification, Mr. Altmeyer. That final, best case scenario, 3.9, what would the value of that increase be? I know we talked about $148 per $200,000 home, but that was at the 5%. What would it be at 3.9? Do you have that?
I do. But the quick math would tell me that really it's 1/5 of a reduction.
Yeah.
Right, 1/5 a reduction of that amount.
Okay.
So instead of, right?
30. It's 31.
Yes, 31.
Yeah, 31 less 150. Did you have anything?
Yeah, a couple. What is the, and I know this isn't official yet, what is the estimate on where CPI will land for the end of the year?
Well, again, just to clarify, the CPI that's getting used for this year's levy is last December's year-over-year CPI. So this year's CPI, I mean, we're at 7.1, trailing 12 months with November. I think December's forecasted the trailing 12 will be somewhere in the either high fives, but it's projected to be over 5.
The reason I point this out is because this is where PTEL is doing exactly what it was designed to do, is to protect the taxpayers from having a 6 or 7 or whatever that final number turns out to be, where there is some protections for the sensitivity of homeowners.
Well, that and the fact that if the property's value went up 10 or 15%, that's what it's protecting them from. It's protecting them. Again, we're capped on our levy increase.
Mm-hmm.
The individual homeowner, I mean, they might have experienced the 20% increase in their own value in the last 2 years, but that's not what's going to occur with they're not going to see that kind of increase. It's just what they are proportionately, what their value individually is going up proportionally to everyone else's, their piece of slice of the pie of this 5% increase less the decreases in these other items.
Right. Thank you. And then the other part is, and I do this every year intentionally, is that we don't do the individual assessment on homes on what that dollar amount turns out to be. We don't assign a value to any specific homeowner. What we are doing is looking at the entirety of the pie that we're asking for, not how each individual likes to each individual homeowner or property within our boundaries. So that's just a clarification for people to understand that we're not assessing each individual homeowner. That's what the numbers are supposed to work out to be approximately. But in the end, that's a different jurisdiction, a different department, and a different government entity that handles all that responsibility.
Correct, yeah. And in all my memos, I always make sure I add this phrase, taxpayers should be aware or that individuals may go up or down based on individual assessments as determined by the township assessors, and/or fluctuations in apportionment between Kane and McHenry County, because those things are out of our control. So your taxes may go up a little higher than your neighbors because your neighbors, well, assessed value went down and yours went up, and we unfortunately cannot control those.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for covering the explanation on P-TEL as well as the abatement, because while the 5% is the thing that gets the headlines, the portion that we try and do in order to mitigate some of that with the abatement, never quite seems to get the traction and the exposure that it should, because those are steps that I don't know necessarily that other school districts are doing, but I would challenge others to also put that forth and say, yep, this is what we levied, however, here's what we're also trying to do to help the situation from that standpoint as well. And I don't know that I've heard of another school district that actually does that.
Yeah, again, the point of emphasis, the levy is for our operating funds, it's not our bond and interest fund. Solely all the other funds that make up the operating expenses of the school district, besides debt repayment. A lot of different pieces to this. I mean, again, remind people that, little known, if you go look at what the maximum tax rates for all these individual funds are well above what this is. Years ago, the community voted to have individual tax rates at a certain rate, we're well below those actual maximum rates because of the P-TEL limitation, which is perfectly, it works exactly how it's supposed to work from that standpoint. So we're not getting raw rates on raw increases to people's homes. We're limited to the dollars we can capture off of prior year's money. So it's always, I don't know that people really understand or contemplate that, but individuals have brought to the point, you really should just be levying what you need, 100% correct on those statements. The need happens to be, we're in an environment where, again, Mr. Altmeyer has pointed out that we're labor-intensive type of operating costs. Both of those contracts, HEA, certified staff, was settled a year and a half ago, I believe, and their increases are 4.5%. Some fringe benefits associated with that too. Our HESPA union is a more recent settlement in the last year. They are on the lower end of the pay scale, and their increases were substantial. They were well above 5%, and some of it was driven by minimum wage laws that are taking effect in Illinois that we're trying to get to, and others were just purely because of competition for personnel that were difficult to hire. We had to be a little bit more competitive, and we have become more competitive in our hiring. All those costs to operate have absolutely gone up in respect to labor. People want to be on administration. Our administrators, I believe, got between 2.5% and 3% increases is what their increases are. They're not getting the same types of increases that, and in spite of what you may have heard earlier, the administration is not been growing anywhere near disproportionate to what we've been doing. In fact, we've consolidated certain positions, so that's completely the fabrication. It was stated earlier, and then, it's, you got to make a decision as a district. What are you trying to be? We're trying to be, we're a middle class, made up of middle class people, and we have a school district that we're trying to offer programs that many other higher end suburban school districts don't even have or don't even have close to have. We've been able to achieve this with those average CPI increases that have been around 2% for years. We've been able to do that, and we're just trying to, we've been trying to keep our teacher talent pool at a level that can support those programs. And at some point, you get to decide, as a community, are you getting value for what you're paying for. None of us like to pay more taxes. We're all taxpayers in this district, okay? But you have to determine whether you feel what you're incurring is commensurate with the value you're receiving. Some may disagree and say no. I would absolutely disagree and feel there's great value in what's being provided our community. And I know the efforts that the district goes through administrative-wise to minimize other operating costs for the benefit of being able to provide the personnel, the class sizes that we have. I know individuals have come here and pointed out we do have a slightly decreasing enrollment over the last several years, which has allowed us to decrease our class sizes and make them more desirable. Our teachers enjoy working in the facilities we have and the class sizes we have. That allows us to have teachers who are willing to stay here, who are still probably barely just getting at what their neighboring district counterparts are getting. And being able to operate in that fashion has been a great value. The continuity that we've seen in this district has been worth the investment. So those are the things that come to mind. I know for some people it's a flat out, any kind of tax increase is a no. Please, you got to be a little bit more fair-minded, in my opinion, as to, again, what's the value you're getting. You got to be, that you don't get value, be explicit, what value aren't you getting with it, and explain what your fee specifically is. So with that, does anybody else want to add to the, there?
One more thing. So when we last met for strategic planning with the community, one of the things that was a clear feedback from the participants there was staff retention and recruitment. That was very high on the list. I don't remember if it was 1, 2, or 3, but I know it was extremely high. And I just sat back and listened and took all that in. And that was a clear message, again, to have staff and retain high-quality staff. And to your point, you don't do that by underspending. You have to encourage and recruit them accordingly. And so that was something that resonated with me at that strategic planning session and the multiple sessions. So what was stated as important by the community, and this is how that is achieved.
The one piece that I would add, just as the newest member of the board, I went to school pretty quickly on the financials of the district and made sure I understood kind of pieces that have been discussed tonight. Jill, I'm sorry I missed you the first day that we tried to meet. I had to take my son to a basketball game. What you may have saw further down in the article was me also saying that while I don't generally support higher tax rates for community members, I also said we should offset that with growing business. And barring growing business, in the couple of weeks that we have in between now and the tax levy being assessed, I think we have to be mindful of supporting all the things that I think Mr. Altmeyer, Ms. Cordano, and the rest of the board have discussed is an important piece. I'm also a parent of students in the district, and I do agree with the quality of education that they're getting, and I think it's important that we fund that appropriately. If you think about a 7% inflationary environment, and we're asking for a number that sort of net of the abatements is less than that, it means in real dollars we're still spending less money given the sort of inflationary environment that we're in. So just a few pieces that I went through. I also poured through the operating budget in challenge in a number of conversations with Doug, as well as Mr. Altmeyer and Scott, Dr. Rowe, and others. Whether or not we're making the right decisions, and I believe that we are being operationally efficient, kind of having gone through that, looking at some of the numbers that we see, just as we think about the operational efficiencies, it's important that the dollars go towards the education of our students, and that's an area that I'm really focused on. When I talk about fiscal responsibility, it's about how to make the most dollars go towards student outcomes, not towards peripheral expenses that may not be directly impacting the students, and that's why Doug and I have had a few calls kind of questioning, are we spending the right amount of money in certain areas? And I'll just share that I've gone through that For folks, since I'm new to the board, I've gone through that in exhausting detail. I built a number of benchmarks relative to the budget, compared expense lines relative to revenues. I don't see anything that sticks out to me as increasing disproportionate to other expense line items. So just, I would share that to say that all of those were steps that I took to go through to evaluate kind of how the district is spending its money. And we just echo some of the comments that the rest of the board has said around the quality of education and our need to support all members of the district, students, administrators, teachers, and the students, and the students most importantly. So just a couple of comments from me as I've kind of gone to school quickly, I guess you could say, on the financials of the district.
Thank you for sharing that. I know you did a pretty good effort. School district finances are fairly complicated and do take a little bit of time to assimilate to that information, but it's a worthwhile, look at things because it's a lot different. I know you're involved in operating a business, as am I, and this is a much more multi-layered, in my opinion, than a lot of businesses I come across. It's what it has to deal with and what it has to address in regards to spending. So, okay, that further. Now we can hear from the public. So we'll move on to public comment. Andy Bittman, we're going to start with Andy.
How do I follow all that?
I don't know how you do it. You'll figure it out.
Yeah. Is there a new class on backpedaling? Hello?
I get it.
Hello, my name is Andy Bittman. I have lived in the district for 5 years. We've had 2 children that graduated from Huntley High School and currently have a freshman attending the high school. I would like to urge you to vote no on the levy tonight. As outlined in direct conversations with many of you here over years and multiple public comments, I've been coming for years, right? So you're new to this, it's your 3rd time in this room. I've been here a lot. The district needs to revisit its stance on taking all the money on the table from the citizens in this district. This levy, which may be the highest levy increase in the history of District 158, is an example of how this board is simply a rubber stamping all requests for funding and the budgets from the administration. District 158 has peaked in enrollment in 2018. You all know this. I've said it multiple times. You may not. We have lost 10% of our total enrollment. We know the enrollment will continue to fall another 10% in the next 5 years because we know the classes are coming in. We're all having less children. This should afford the district to maintain 0 to no increases in the tax levy without affecting services. Basic economics. However, the district chooses to spend wildly and uncontrollably on things which do not affect the core mission of the district, to educate our kids. For example, the district is investing $5 million, including state and federal funds, on 12 electric buses. 12 diesel buses would be less than $1 million. Natural gas buses would be slightly over $1 million. And honestly, with the enrollment declining so much, do we even need more buses? The question. Yet we are spending $5 million. Why? So we can get a press release? A press release which has nothing to do with education? We can't pay enough to keep bus drivers in the district, but we can afford fancy $400,000 buses. Instead of spending more on teachers, when our staff turnover has nearly doubled in the last 5 years, and our kids need the best and brightest teachers to stay, we are spending 23% more on capital spending. We're not adding buildings. We're 19% more on supplies. This is all from the fiscal 23 budget. I looked at it. Yes, inflation is higher, but it is nowhere near this high to justify these expenses. And I just heard all about all these great grants. How are they affecting our tax rates coming down? They're not. It's just more money on the table. 19% on supplies and less than 5% on salaries in your budget. Where are your priorities? Clearly not on test scores. They have fallen over the last several years. We have less than 50% of our students proficient in math and language tests like the IAR. That's just reality. I need a little more time. In the whole state of Iowa, 70% of the students are proficient. Can we be a little bit more like Iowa, please? Can we get that? Can we get our test scores up? Our rankings are falling even in the state of Illinois. We've dropped out of the top 100. Illinois is the dismal 46th% in proficiency in the country. So Illinois is not a good example to use when you compare education. Go to Wisconsin, go to Virginia, go to Louisiana, actually, Iowa. The Huntley Library did not take the max levy. McHenry County did not take the max levy. The Village of Huntley offered 3 options for their levy. District 158, only one, the maximum amount. This is not giving a choice for anyone to debate. Just like this board has shown over the last few years, no dissent, no debate, no change. Unless you count the worsening test scores, the rising discipline issues, should I go on? This inflation is hurting families in this district, not to mention the people of Del Webb living on a fixed income. People cannot afford the second in the nation worst property taxes, and you are raising them. Kiplinger recently ranked Illinois as the worst state in the nation for the middle class. Mr. Quagliano just said we're a middle class city. Illinois has the highest unemployment in the nation. There is no more money left on our kitchen tables. It seems to many parents in this district that we are failing our children by choosing to focus on providing an experience over an actual education.
Andy, go ahead.
I'm 2 sentences. What would it look like if we cut non-essential incentives, initiatives, compensated our teachers more appropriately, and charted a course towards providing real academic-based education? I urge you all to vote no on the levy.
Sean Smith, round 2.
So following up on my comments from earlier, because we have 2 public comments this evening, I think it's appalling. We're voting the largest tax increase in this district's history, and we have less than 5 people talking about it. Less than 5. When those property taxes hit next year and they want to complain, they better not complain if they weren't here. That's to the people of Huntley. This single vote tonight will be over $6,000 on their property taxes next year. One vote by this board. If you're not here tonight, you better not complain about your taxes next year, because this is the one place, this is the most important meeting if you want to complain about your taxes. This is it. This is your only chance. That's why I'm here. In addition, there's been a lot of parents up here over the last number of weeks complaining about the LIGHT program and why it would be at a middle school and why it was moved there. I ran some numbers, submitted FOIA requests, because obviously the district's not going to provide this data. The first year of the Vanguard program, there was 102 students for one single class. This year, they had 28 applications across 4 classes. The program has failed. Get rid of it. It's not needed. Let's move on. There's 9 classrooms those people are taking up. Let's give them to the LIGHT program, put them back in the high school where they belong. Thank you.
Okay, Carrie, Cross.
Hi. I actually wasn't going to speak tonight because I have laryngitis, so bear with me. I had to come up here after watching that presentation and seeing the LIGHT program used as the token picture, to take more money from us. That's infuriating, knowing the current state of Light right now. Knowing that special services is scraping by with minimal aids for our growing special needs community. In my opinion, you have chosen to spend that money on fake happy programs and new apps constantly instead of where it has been needed. And now you want more of our money to fix the problem. I'm not as educated with all of the money, but I now have to pay private school for 2 kids because they can't step foot here. I'm tied to this district because of the special services. And I pray that it improves. I come up here every time, no matter what anybody thinks of our stance about masks or whatever it has been, I have been up here consistently begging for special services to be fixed. I will continue doing it as long as my daughter is part of this program. I don't expect to have to pay more when I know that her funds from the state cover her. I am now paying higher taxes, tuition, and then still enrollment here. You guys have to figure it out in other ways, but that's not what you're gonna do. You're gonna vote yes, and we're all at your mercy. And all of the Del Webbers who didn't know until it's too late will all be at your mercy. And it is disgusting.
Dr. Bollier.
Good evening. I wasn't planning to speak. I was attending the meeting so I could learn about what you do. And here I am listening about the levy. And if you don't know me, I was serving on the county board, McHenry County, for 12 years. And I also served on the mental health board. And I know about levies, and I know about the CPIs. I know how money works. And I'm asking you to vote no. My last vote, serving on the county board, was to vote no on the CPI. And I want you to know, when I go door to door asking for people to vote for me, in the past 12 years, guess what they want to talk about? Taxes. And they pull out their tax bill and they show me the amount of money that we pay for school taxes here. Now, some interesting information. I appreciate everyone being so well prepared and doing their research. But we have the second highest taxes in the state of Illinois. We should all be ashamed. We have the fastest growing demographics of older adults living on fixed incomes. Now, if you go to the grocery store, let's get it to the bread and butter issues here. How much does a dozen of eggs cost you? $3 or more. How much does a loaf of bread cost you? At least $3 or $4. And a gallon of milk, my dentist told me today, was $7. Now you're saying to increase our levy when we've got an inflation rate, we have a declining birth rate in the county, in the school district, and a declining enrollment. Now, it seems to me, I'm just an ordinary person, but I understand money. And Mr. Craddy, I go to your bank. I understand money. What you do is you look at your capital, you look at your infrastructure. Why aren't you cutting there? Now, I am very proud that we have a good school district in 158, and I'm not saying that we should deprive our children from a good education. But we need to be creative, and we need to find a way to make that budget work without the tax increase, without the CPI. One final thought. Mr. Altmeyer, you talked about we have assessors that assess our property. Now, that assessor is as good as the competency of the individual. Now, I don't want to say anything bad about the assessor, but my experience of 12 years working with that assessor is that sometimes those assessments are not fair for people. Now, you're shaking your head right. You're shaking your head yes about this. Now, you're expecting us to figure out how to work the bureaucracy so that we can challenge our taxes and go to Mr. Ross on the county level to challenge it. Now, many of us are very busy. We're trying to make ends meet. We don't have all that time to deal with someone who may not fairly assess our property. So I think it's very complicated. I urge you to vote no on this proposition. I want you to know almost every single municipality in this county have been voting to increase their levy. And I'm ashamed to say that the county board, I lost that vote when I voted against the CPI for the increase in our taxes. I'm ashamed that what my colleagues did, but I hope that damn well you will vote no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in the public comment, I'll make a motion to adjourn, the levy hearing at 8:25. So a second.
Second.
Who's that from? Mr. Grady, seconded. Can we roll call, please?
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino? Yes. Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Okay. Item 10 is to resume our regular meeting. I'll make a motion to resume the regular meeting at 8:25. Can we have a roll call, please?
Second motion for roll call.
I don't think I need. Just to come back. Yeah. So, go ahead. Yeah.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino?
Okay.
Item 11 is revision and adoption of the agenda. Are there any items that need to be modified or removed from the agenda? Anybody see anything? If not, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented. A second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Troy. Roll call.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mrs. Myarino? Yes. Mr. Grady?
Yes.
Okay. Item 12, superintendent's report. Dr. Rowe.
All right. Excuse me. Good evening. I wanted to, I have just a few things this evening. First, I wanted to address, I looked at a couple of public comments, one tonight, and then the last time that we met regarding a situation surrounding the student on the bus. And there was, I want to acknowledge a small demonstration that occurred at Cheswick last week regarding this. And in that post leading up to that gathering, there was some slanderous and comments made about the district, and I just wanted to call out and verifying that there is no hush money, there is no payoffs being made, and if there are and someone's aware of that, I would request that those please be brought forward directly to me, because that is illegal activity on the school district's part and is not occurring. And you know, slanderous comments like that are not only illegal, but they're damaging to the school district. So if there is someone with knowledge of that occurring, please direct that directly to my attention so that I can address it. Secondly, we had held a light parent meeting last week, and invited members of the special education community that might be eligible to be involved in the light post-high school. This is our 18 to 22 program. At that meeting, we shared information with them about the direction of the program. Dr. Garrett Byer, who is the department chair overseeing the hydroponic greenhouse at MCC, was there to share our plans for expanding some of the students' experiential learning opportunities and getting involved in future agriculture opportunities through hydroponics. We talked about what that partnership will entail. I'm very excited about that. We also discussed the future home of light. We recapped for some of the about 40 parents in attendance, 12 of our current families, so the majority of the families there were future families. And so we highlighted a presentation that I gave the board back in February about the options that we've explored for a future permanent home for light. And then as we've analyzed that, we're kind of narrowing things down to what that move will make. There is a future home for light that's not at Marlow Middle School. It's one that, you know, we share that sentiment of a more permanent space for light, and I'll be coming forward in January or February with a recommendation for board's consideration for forward action regarding that. So we'll be on the lookout for that. At that meeting, we also listened to some frustrations from the families that are in light. They were very honest and forthcoming with us, and although they were hard to hear, I appreciate their honesty and open dialogue. We were able to have the two-way conversation that we aren't afforded in this meeting. So again, although difficult to listen to, I appreciate the passion that they showed at that meeting with us, and there will be action coming forward, I can assure you. The last two things I have, we had a Ukrainian family night last month held at Marlow, and during that meeting, there was a request from a good number, about 50 parents and families in attendance, request for some English language services to support the family. So that's kind of out of the purview of a pre-K through 22 school district. So I reached out to MCC to inquire of their adult education program if they had any of those offerings, and I do. I actually are working off of a grant that will not only support it, but fund it free to our families that are interested. Dr. Del Castillo and I met with Dr. Delia Rodriguez, their adult education administrator, and we've sent a survey out to our families. And in just 2 days, over 50 families expressed interest in that course. So clearly there's interest there, and with that number, we ought to be able to host that on site. And through that grant, support even babysitting services for the families while they go through that. So we're approaching an assessment window to determine level, and then looking at classes 2 nights a week for a couple of hours this spring still. So that's a positive thing. I appreciate MCC and the partnership in offering that. And then finally, I just want to share something positive that's very new. Adjust this real quick. I apologize. Very new to the school district, out of our high school. It's called the Breakfast of Champions. Let me share my screen here real quick so I can just show you some of the photos. It's a simple just photo slide deck, nothing special, but what the Breakfast of Champions is teachers have the ability to nominate students that are excelling in the classroom, that are showing tremendous growth in the classroom, that are showing great improvements or a positive attitude or major contributions to the classroom. And I just wanted to highlight a nice addition that's been brought forward by Mr. Truax, our social studies department chair, and a couple of other leaders in the building, Dr. Beelan's support, to put together a really nice breakfast for their students that are shining at the high school in the classroom, and well as their families, for a nice moment for them to come together and listen to their teachers talk about the wonderful things and the wonderful contributions they're making to the classroom. that are outside of performances and athletics and plays and musicals. They're just students doing really good things, recognizing them for a simple breakfast and some really positive, kind words. It was a very uplifting moment. I commend the high school for taking this step to recognize students beyond the traditional ways through athletics and standout engineering programs like we saw tonight, but for just doing a really good job on a daily basis. Nothing more powerful than to hear the compliments that your teachers are giving you for how they feel you're performing in the classroom, and to bring that to their families was a really positive start to the day last Wednesday. So I just wanted to share that with you, as a lot of times that's not something that you'll see in this seat. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Dr. Rowe. Item 13 is Assistant Superintendent of HR report. Dr. Zerf.
Yeah, just a few items to update. As we go from November to December, we wrapped up our annual open enrollment for employees to come and make changes to their health insurance plans as we get ready to roll to January 1. Along with that, since September, we've been having our wellness screenings, which occur on-site and off-site. And I'm happy to report that we have 651 participants in the wellness screening this year. So we've seen that number increase. It's not our highest. This is what we recorded a couple of years ago. But we brought that on about 6 years ago. So very beneficial to our staff, and we received very positive feedback on that as they get those blood screenings read. If there is a concern, they get a call right away. They're able to send that to their doctor. So helps us to, or helps our employees to catch any illness that they may have that may be going undetected. So we partner with Northwestern Medical to do that, and CHC Wellbeing operates the portal, and it's been very successful for us over the last 6 years, and we'll continue to do so as we move forward. Just a couple other items here to update as we move forward. I was able to attend the III conference with many of my colleagues here. The HR concentration there, what I'm receiving in my office now are a lot of questions about IMRF, TRS, and sometimes IMRF and TRS, the weight can be a little bit down there to get the details they need to get. So I was able to attend some sessions down there that were able to further my education on both of the major retirement or pension funds that come to our district. So my office, or me personally, can answer a lot of those questions that come across the table, so we don't have to send our employees downstate or to wait on the phone. So I was able to attend a couple sessions there. It's always interesting to attend the negotiation session, also to listen to other districts and the trends that are out there. While we do not have a contract that's being negotiated this year, obviously with the climate that we're in out there, districts do things differently, and it's always good to get different ideas and different approaches that we possibly may be able to take when we come to the negotiation table, and then always attending the legal updates. As you know, we're part of LUDA, and when those legal updates are presented down at III, as you know, Dr. Berkey works for LUDA and sometimes reaches out to many folks on our staff, and there's new legislation that's brought forward to see how that might impact our district or our staff members. And also, our attorney, Jay Green, reached out the other day with some things that were brought up down there when we're looking at subs and limitations that, the state has on the amount of days that retired subs can work, and some other things that are kind of hamstringing us, especially as we get into spring. So made some recommendations, not only to our attorney who's working on legislation, but to LUDA on some things that could really help not only our district out, but other districts across the state to help not only with subs, but also with licensing, as we look at that, as teachers get Pels, and also paraprofessionals as they go after their licensure too. So had some good information that was brought back on that, and hopefully can see some changes down in Springfield moving forward.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. 14, Associate Superintendent's report. Lombardi.
Sure, 2 updates, and then I'll do a reflection as well. Later tonight, you will be reviewing and then hopefully approving the job description for the van drivers in transportation, along with the purchase of, I believe it's 5 vans that are needed to kind of, take out old, but also bring in, additional, as we know that, van drivers, can do smaller number of students, whether it's, to and from, an out-of-district placement or to and from maybe, their jobs and things like that for some of our programs that we have there. And so, with those things, that would be shortly after the start of the second semester. We've been looking at those individuals who are in our pipeline and who are at various stages of the training. A couple of those could probably step in faster into those positions. We're also doing some training with some of our bus aides that would like to look at becoming drivers. And so could be into those van positions or right into those driving positions. So again, looking at how do we bring some folks who are already in and moving them through training to eventually take on some of those. So if and when those are approved and those are on site, our goal is to be able to really have, when they're here, 2 individuals ready to jump in to those spots. There is one out of district that was recently one of our drivers that has taken over, and one that's taking individuals back and forth to jobs through our programs again, that would be able to jump in and take over 2 of the 5 routes that we're still having difficulties with and have to double up at our secondary level. So again, alleviating some of that wait time for students who may have to stay after school while that bus is doing that second run. I would like to thank HR. I may say what it's called wrong, but recently we had transportation positions that were being advertised out by 176, is that right, Dr. Zare, on that digital billboard? And so hopefully we'll get some traction there. Got a picture of those advertisements, so thank you very much for getting that out there. I don't know if it's called a digital billboard.
Yeah, we work with Mixed Media, and you see some digital billboards around the area. This one's not in our district, in Woodstock, but that's okay. It is on 47, highly traveled, so we're just looking at some different formats to go about that. So Mixed Media, we've got a few different jobs that are gonna be up there over the next month here to see if we can gain some traction from that advertisement. So that started about a week ago.
The second update is just to let you know, in the recent past, we talked about chronic absenteeism, and we have been, I personally, we did a presentation just with our leadership team, but then personally have been meeting with small teams at each of our schools to look at their numbers and develop plans. So hopefully in January, we'll be bringing forth just a little bit more information of things that both at the district and the school level we are doing to address that chronic absenteeism. And then the reflection, just like Dr. Zare said, I had that.
Actually, Ms. Longworth, if I could, might interrupt you, I apologize.
Sure.
In January, I'll also have a snapshot of what chronic absenteeism is, what it looks like in our district specifically, and why
Yeah, I can go with the
we're
plan.
doing that. It's again, a little bit of a surprise post in the return to quote-unquote a more normal learning environment. The chronic absenteeism across the nation has been something that we're paying very close attention to and trying to figure out how to respond. So we'll have a detailed update in January.
On that I did have that opportunity on Friday, spent a half a day. It was a really good presentation put on through EAB, looking at leadership development, mainly with our building principals. And that was really good. And then on Saturday, attended a couple sessions again around that leadership development principal coaching model. Primarily, that's one of the main roles that I do. And so really, really found this year to be extremely beneficial on just looking at how those positions, both at the district level and at the building level administration leadership, have changed. More timely, more relevant things of coaching models, as well as evaluation processes and things like that. And so really, really found this year to be extremely beneficial, and things already starting to put into place and looking at moving forward into next year as we continue to do that professional development with our administrators like we do with our teachers and staff. Did have one legal update presentation that I did. However, I took a little different approach than Dr. Zare did, and the one that I attended was the only room only in that room. It was by a legal firm, and it was really around student behavior and discipline. And it is not something we've talked about. It's not something different to District 158. We see it across the state and across the nation. However, it doesn't mean we shouldn't be addressing it. So talked a little bit about those trends, what people are seeing, how they are handling that from the legal aspect, but as well as just what is best practice and what are things that we can do at our various levels to focus on any kind of student behaviors, and a lot of it is centered around social emotional learning and support, and what can we do to get to what is the root of the cause for behaviors, and then how to best tackle those things. And so, again, that session, probably, really like the other ones, but that one was really timely and really relevant. So thank you guys for that continued opportunity to let us attend those things, because I do find that to be extremely beneficial things that we can bring right back and make a difference in our district right now.
For sharing, Ms. Lombard. Item 15 is Assistant Superintendent for Elementary Learning and Innovation, Dr. McCrindle.
Good evening. Tonight I wanted to give you an update on our math rollout at the K-5 level. As you know, this year we decided to start the slow rollout of our new math curriculum, and we have about 49 of our approximately 180 total classroom teachers at the K-5 level implementing illustrative math, and we're continuing to see positive gains with our students in regards to their engagement, their collaboration, and their ability to just think about numbers from a different way. It's really amazing to walk in the classrooms and see what they're saying, the ideas that they bring up with their own partners, and that their ability to use the math vocabulary so well. And if you are around with Dr. Rowe at all in any of the buildings, I really hope that you get to pop into some of those rooms. It's exciting to see. Our teachers are getting much more comfortable. We're 5 months into using this new program, and that's in large part to our instructional coaching cycle that we're doing. We are very fortunate to have instructional coaches in our buildings, and this year we've been very intentional in helping to support our coaches in a student-centered coaching model, and so they are working with our teachers directly in planning and implementing and co-teaching in classrooms and reflecting and trying to kind of adapt their teaching. And so it's really an on-the-job training that they get consistently with our coaches. And so we're seeing that that's working really well, and it's been one of the most impactful forms of professional learning. In addition to our partnership with the Math Institute of Wisconsin, if you remember, we went ahead and approved that this last spring. They've been coming down and doing model math lessons where they actually go into our own classrooms with our students and show teachers what this should look like. The teachers sit and watch the lesson, and then they have time to debrief, and then they get to go try it on their own. And our teachers are saying that it's just so impactful to actually see a professional learning with our kids. It's different to sit there and watch it on a video or to hear about it or read about it, but to see what our students can do with that is exciting. We've been very purposeful in asking for feedback throughout the process in many different ways, and some of the feedback that we receive, we're not surprised to hear, but organization materials is a lot. It's very hands-on. Teachers have a lot of manipulative, so blocks and cubes and things that kids are sorting in cards, and that's what we want to see in our math classrooms because it is that problem-based approach. We also know that this is a shift in our teachers' practices. It's putting a lot of ownership on our students. So our students are productively struggling. They're having conversations that they're not used to having with maybe students about math and that discourse. And so what we're seeing is it's much easier for our kinder, first, and second students to jump into this way of thinking than our third, fourth, and fifth grade students because they haven't had that time in learning and kind of building those skills coming up from kindergarten. We also found that the professional learning that we're providing, when I talked about the coaches being able to support our teachers in those model math lessons, it's easier to do that in regards to subbing and having people in our classrooms on a smaller scale. So because we chose to roll it out with 49 teachers, we've been able to manage that without having to step on too many of our sub-toes. As was presented in the spring, this is our curriculum, illustrative math, and there's many different, curriculum providers that you can purchase the paper materials from. We chose to go with Imagine Learning, and I'm really glad that we're doing a pilot with them because we found that while we love the program Illustrative Math, the actual materials that they're providing are very difficult for our teachers to sort through. So we actually shifted about a month ago to trying to use a different provider, and the teachers are finding it much it's easier, it's better, it's using tools that they're used to doing, and we were able to do that easily because we have a smaller scale. So it didn't change what they're teaching, just who's kind of providing us the material that we have. So we're grateful that we have that pilot year. So knowing that those are some of the feedback that we've received, our plans for next year is that we're going to adjust our rollout with math and continue the slower roll. We know that rolling this out K-5 is going to be very difficult to manage, and we know that our teachers need some time and support to make this shift. And so our recommendation at this time is that we would be moving forward with a K-2 rollout next year, where all of our kinder to second teachers would be implementing illustrative math in their classrooms. Our 3rd through 5th grade teachers would be participating in professional learning to get them ready for the math shift to start the next school year, which would be the 24 to 25 school year. We would still be helping support the 3rd through 5th grade teachers with Envision, which is our current math program, making some of these shifts. We'd be layering in some illustrative pieces throughout next school year. So it's not that 3rd through 5th grade teachers would not be doing something with math, they still will be. We're just going to give them a little bit more time and allow more of our students to have that foundation of the learning from K-2 before they roll up to 3, 4, and 5. We did find a way to make sure that any students in an illustrative classroom right now would continue to be in an illustrative classroom next year, so their experience won't change. But that's currently where we're at, and we're excited and just so thankful for the hard work that our teachers are putting in into implementing this math program, and we're excited about the results we're seeing with students. We did just finish, or we're finishing, I think, on Friday, our winter round of STAR assessment, and so we're going to start to pull some data to compare what we're seeing across from prior years, and so we'll be able to look into that next month a little bit more.
If I could just add,
yes.
3rd through 5th grade teachers that are already for the shift will be invited as early adopters to the LAVA next year instead of waiting until 24, 25. So we'll see a decent number of 3rd through 5th grade teachers that are opting to go ahead and jump ahead instead of waiting.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Rowe. And then I also wanted to share about my experience at Triple I. I think one of the best sessions I went to was actually with Mr. Troy and Dr. Wimpy. We went and sat through a session about partnership being the new leadership. It's an author, by an author, Ty Bennett. It was outstanding. It really talked about how we can create opportunities for our families and communities to partner with us through learning. And it helped me walk through some very tangible ideas of how we can continue to, I was thinking about our summer learning. We had a lot of great feedback this last year about some of the pieces we added to our families this summer, but how we can keep to add that into our, to help our kids have great experiences all year round. And so I thought it was a fantastic session. I walked away inspired and was able to take so much of it and just start to apply and think about some tangible ways to implement it. So yes, just like Ms. Lombard said, I echo the thank you for the support and allowing us to do that and continually professionally develop and grow.
Thank you for sharing that.
Just a quick question to interject here. When you talk about K through 2 and then 3 through 5 coming in later, obviously, in a given year, there's 2s becoming 3s. How is that transition in vision and kind of what that student experience and impact as you go from non-illustrative to illustrative the next grade? Is there a disconnect there, or is there a bridge, gap to bridge, or how does that work?
Yeah, our goal is going to be that we make sure that if you're in 2nd grade, right now we only have, 2 or 3 classrooms per school right now in 2nd grade doing illustrative math. When they go to 3rd grade next year, we're going to try as hard as we can to make sure that they're in an illustrative math classroom in 3rd grade so the child gets 0 changes. And so we're going to need to ask some additional 3rd grade teachers, obviously, to then step up and be at a classroom like that. And like Dr. Rose said, I think we will have some that volunteer on their own just to jump in because they're excited and know that we'll be coming.
I think, if I'm understanding correctly, the question is more around transitioning from an Envision classroom as a K-2 student to an illustrative classroom as a 3-5. What are the differences in terms of classroom structure that student has to bridge?
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize, I didn't get that one. So the biggest difference is the way the instruction is set up. In Envision right now, it's set up where the teacher models and does a lot of the modeling for a student, and then they practice and they are able to do that. And they learn after the teacher models. We have chosen a problem-based approach, so it flips that. So now the student tries and then they productively struggle. If they get it, the teacher responds one way. If they don't, they respond a different way. So it's just that focus in there. And so that requires students to know routines, to be able to have those conversations, to be able to ask for help. You know, there's some of that productive struggle that we're hearing about at the 6-12 level that we're seeing in the classrooms as well. And our students don't have it yet as much at the 3, 4, 5 level, and we know they can. It's just going to take a little more time to build that.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm just going to comment real quick, because I commented on this before. I did do a run through our elementary schools on the math classes, and it was fantastic to see kids talking through math problems with each other, seeing that communication skills being brought. So I am really interested to see what that translates to into some of the assessments, to see if that's helping them assimilate math curriculum. So I was very curious, but it was very, I mean, it was serving a number of purposes besides math, just seeing that level of communication and kids working with kids, assisting each other and talking through that, the huge step. That's something I was completely unfamiliar with in my math classes. Item 16, Dr. Lumpy.
Good evening, everybody. I have 3 items tonight that I'd like to walk us through. The first is related to the high school music program going to Disney. I want to give an update on our competency education program, and then I'm going to finish with Stephanie Mitchell from Heinemann coming up to the podium and giving an update on our school improvement plan. So I'll do it a little bit in reverse order, just some reflections on professional development for III. This is my first III. Being able to be spent with Huntley 158, I greatly appreciate that opportunity. Certainly would echo what Dr. McCrindle said, and I'm sure Mr. Troy would agree. That Ty Bennett session partnership with the new leadership was just outstanding. In addition to that, I had an opportunity it was really an honor to be in a session with our State Superintendent, Dr. Ayala. Also some great Huntley presentations, and then some ISB updates on curriculum coming down the pipeline in the future. So great opportunity when you go to professional development. It really allows you to reaffirm what you're doing well and then stretch you into areas moving forward. In terms of the high school, 2 items from the high school tonight. You have at your table a Bob Rogers travel itinerary. So I'd just like to give you a high-level update on this. Our band, choir, and orchestra students have been invited to perform at Disney World next November as a part of an opportunity to showcase their skills. This is a great capstone performance opportunity for them. Fundraising will be led by booster groups, Huntley High School Band Boosters, Fine Arts Boosters. Total cost of the trip is $1,879. First deposit of $100 is February 3rd, followed by payments 2, 3, and 4 in April, June, and September of next school year. Great opportunity for our kids. Our orchestra will be performing at Disney Springs on November 22nd. The band performs in the Thanksgiving Parade of Bands on November 23rd. Great opportunity there. And the choir will perform at the Candlelight Processional on 11/24. So I wanted to share that opportunity that our music department may have. Secondly, we are in our 5th year of our competency-based program at the high school, also known as our Vanguard program. In 2018-2019, we were among 10 schools selected for that process. The state has reauthorized the second competency-based education program. 41 schools have demonstrated interest. Huntley High School was among the first in line to have the desire to continue the competency-based education program. What we will be focusing on in the next 3 school years, we're in the process of a renewal process involving stakeholders, our students, our staff members in the program, working with higher education program as well too. We really have 2 main goals as we think about the next few years. One is recruitment and retention efforts of students in the program in terms of enrollment. Number two is a deeper understanding of competency-based education in and out of the program, focusing in on a refinement and a refocus of our program. We're proud of the work. Had an opportunity to meet with some of the teachers during a late start. Have had multiple opportunities during my first 6 months here to be in the Vanguard classrooms. I have never met a group of kids who are more self-aware of their skills, of where they're at, why they're successful, why they're not successful. They don't pull any punches on that. The teachers know their students, the relationships are outstanding, and they have a great grasp of where they're going or why they're successful or why they're not. So I'm looking forward to continuing to partner with the Vanguard teachers, with Dr. Beelan, with Ms. Kish, with Ms. Swanson, and others into the next iteration of competency-based education at the high school. The third opportunity here that I'd like to speak a little bit about tonight is with Stephanie Mitchell from Heinemann Middle School. Stephanie, if you want to come up to the podium, I'll get our slides ready. Since the initial designation, Heinemann Middle School staff have been engaged with teachers, staff, and districts multiple times in multiple areas. Language development across all subject areas, professional development, data-driven decision-making, and family engagement. Heinemann Middle School is committed to school improvement process at the local level, aligns to the requirements at the state board level as well. So I'm going to share my screen for Ms. Mitchell.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for that introduction. So since our state designation of being a targeted school, everyone at Heinemann, we've been doing lots and lots of work with the support of the district office folks. So Dr. Bagby, Dr. Lemke, Dr. Del, and we also have the support of Johanna as well. So we basically, where we've gotten started, so ISBE has a school improvement continuous process, and so where we got started was identifying our local needs. And so where we got started was working with our school improvement leadership team, and we already were meeting with them once a month. And so within that process, we just continue to identify our needs within there and our school improvement process. And we are conducting a school level needs assessment that was provided by the Illinois School Board. And we built a stakeholder advisory group. Within there, we just visited our small team meeting. So our group with Dr. Zlemke, with Dr. Bagby, and myself, we did work on looking at our multilingual student data, because that was our subgroup that was targeted. So as we kind of looked at that plan for school improvement, I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit, but as we were reviewing that data, we did bring that to our advisory group, as I mentioned, our small team, and we went ahead and
One back, sorry.
That's okay. So we brought that to our teams, and we presented that to our teachers to let them know kind of where our students were currently standing, and just did some root cause analysis, essentially, and gave them an idea as to why we got the targeted designation that we received. And from there, determined just some individual assessments of our students and some goal setting and things like that. We also, within the building, created a data team. So on that data team, we have our counselors, myself, we have our MTSS facilitator, and our ESL teacher as well. So within there, we are creating individual student profiles. So within there is basically students' demographic information, all of their assessment information is housed there, any interventions that students are currently receiving, any parent contact information, anything you basically could think of for a student, it is listed there. And then we created goals for these students based off of their STAR assessment and their access scores. So we actually just concluded another round of visits with our advisory groups or our small team meetings with our teachers to review those goals. So from there, let's see, after we visited our PLCs, our STILT team did review some feedback that we had gotten from our staff because at the end of those PLC visits, we asked our staff members what they felt like we needed to do to adjust our school improvement plan for our multilingual. Because a step in our school improvement process planning is to include action steps specifically for our subgroups. So once we took that feedback, we adjusted our school improvement plan, and that's actually what you're going to see on that next slide. So basically what you're seeing up on the screens right now is what was our current goal 1 for our focus on our STAR reading. And we were looking for students to be at or above our benchmark for our students. So we did have to, as I mentioned, include activities or goals within our school improvement plan for our multilingual. So once we had met with our advisory group, took into consideration their feedback, took in our root cause analysis, we did create some additional impact here for our multilingual. So each click is going to so we added specific goals on overarching. So as I mentioned, within our individual learner profiles for our students, we had goals based off of their STAR reading. So those goals were based off of their projected growth score. So that is why we wrote the goal that we wrote here. By the end of the 22-23 school year, our multilinguals will reach their projected growth score in reading. And actually, happy to announce some of them, we just took the winter, some of them have already reached that, which we are very excited to hear about in some of our small team meetings. So we do have some activities to go along with those. So we have individual student profiles, as I mentioned, will be created to house data to help drive our instruction within the classroom. That can help teachers drive their instruction. And then also additional tiered interventions. So this will be delivered by our ESL teacher, some of our math or reading interventions as well. We also will be providing professional development for our staff members. We will be working with the Illinois Resource Center, which was a highly sought after provider. And so we definitely have we just got all of that sorted out and the dates and everything that we'll be working with them. We also have some in-house PD that we will be providing for our staff as well, along with trying to work on Elevation, which is a program that we have that we can be providing our staff members that will give them different activities and strategies and things like that that can help students with multilingual activities that they can work on. So we'll continue with those. And then our data-driven PLCs. So we are going to continue focusing on those data-driven PLCs. So we are wanting staff members to constantly be reviewing those individual student academic and SEL data within their interdisciplinary teams. So we are attending those small team meetings, so we will continue to drive those conversations. So this next slide is pretty much a carbon copy of the first one. So our goal 2 is just around math instead of reading. So all of our action steps are almost identical that you'll see on there, except our students are going to meet their projected growth score for math instead of reading. So our action steps again are the same. So we have their individual student profiles. we also are going to be continuing to work on that professional development as mentioned, and, we will then continue to consistently speak about data in our small team meeting field. So just kind of as a recap, some updated action steps related to our multilingual, then we have our professional development for staff members. So we are going to continue pushing in PLCs, making sure that we are layering in those interventions in the classroom, specific to what our students need. So within those individual learner profiles, we did pull Meet It Can Do descriptors, which are based off of student access scores. So that can really help drive the instruction, which teachers to be supporting students. Partnering with the IRC and our PE pathways. And then really focusing on academic language development for our students. And the best part for me, actually, I would like to personally share when we were developing the learner profiles, we had a student portrait section in the middle. They were questions that pertain to the students. We interviewed all of our 27 multilingual students. We brought them down during advisory, and we got to know all 27 of them. So we had full staff members throughout the building help us out with that, and we got to sit with 3 or 4 of those students individually and ask them these questions, their likes, their dislikes, interests, you know, challenges that they have in the classroom, classes that they like, things like that, and genres of books that they enjoy. And it was definitely a highlight of my year for sure, getting to know the kids on a much better level. And family engagement, this is a piece I didn't necessarily mention in tied to our strategic, or our school improvement plan, but this is something we are also going to continue working on as well. We have sent out a survey asking families days that they're available, activities that they would like to be involved in, and things that they would be more interested in, and how we get them involved in the school. So we're definitely trying to increase that as well. So the next step that we have here is selecting relevant-based practices and interventions, which we're kind of on our way starting to do. So we will be implementing those interventions that we have set out in place. And then as we are implementing, we will continue to monitor the student growth that we have in place for our students, such as benchmarking assessments, STAR, and any other intervention benchmarking tools that we have for our students.
So again, highlighting, this is our English language learners. So this is everyone that English is a second language, not their primary. How many of these students that are, like, in the last 2 years have come into this program? Out of that 27?
So that in the last 2 years came into our program specifically?
Yeah.
So hard to say. So I can tell you last year our numbers, we had about 30 students. This year we have 27. So I think 3 years ago we were probably like in the low 20s. So I could tell you 5 years ago we had only 7 students.
Right.
In our multilingual program.
Right.
Yeah.
So
we've
This
definitely
is
grown
last year,
exponentially.
the first year that Highland qualified for the subgroup.
Right.
And that was a 40% increase from the prior year in terms of students that qualified for English language services.
So I think, as I understand it, a lot of these are just newer to the country. They're taking tests in English. That they may have only been learning English for the last year or 2, or maybe even less. Is that accurate? Right. So I understand there's huge challenges, obviously. So how, you know, those goals, I know we have to improve and we have to improve significantly. Are they attainable goals given the circumstances we're dealing with?
Yeah, absolutely. So the way that we are measured based off of the Illinois State Board of Ed, a lot more of the measurement is based off of growth, not necessarily that achievement, right?
Right. Okay, you don't have to get to, their individualized growth.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and also so anybody that is a newcomer, so first year to the country, we actually, their score doesn't necessarily count.
So they take it the first time.
You got
So
it.
they take it the second time.
Yeah,
Have a
yeah.
best- They have a benchmark.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's why you see a lot of the focus has been more on educating our teachers on how to differentiate practices that support English language learner development. That's something rather new in terms of the volume of students we have in the building. That's where a lot of the focus is on the analysis of who are our students and how can we best serve them as a new skill or teachers.
And again, the other part of the challenge is many of their, at home, parent-wise, parents are probably newer to the English language, so they're probably not getting a ton of help at home in that sense. So we are like the sole source of being able to move along in this. I understand the challenges that you have there. Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
I said one, maybe a couple weird questions, but looking at the strategy, I mean, as far as like the goals and the framework, I think it all makes sense. But then what I was trying to discern with is if this rating wasn't there and we're back in time a year, how different would that sheet look as far as goals, objectives, methodologies? Would they look more similar or were they different? What is the biggest difference between kind of what we were doing anyway versus now with the heightened focus?
Sure. I think a lot of our practices are probably still pretty similar. I don't know that we would have had maybe the individualized focus on each, because right now we have the specific goals for each individual student, right? And we have, actually, the students who are even taking the onus, we have, the kids are setting goals and they have their own sheets and things like that. But I think that's actually, and we have a team piloting that. So to be honest, I think a lot of what we're doing is kind of starting to happen naturally within the building, regardless of our designation. We are focusing on some of this individualized instruction within the classroom, regardless if it was going to be with multilingual students, maybe it was with, students that were just struggling in general or needing help on a particular topic or skill. So I think, if we weren't identifying just multilinguals, it could have been another subgroup, entirely, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think what it does though is it magnifies some of the positive growth that will be lasting growth. Is why not take this individualized goal setting and personalization of who the student is and where they need to go, especially in the middle school where it's broken down into a smaller group of students and have dedicated time daily. This is I think might accelerate the personalization process. So a perceived surprise and negative will turn into a long-term positive in terms of development.
Yeah.
Improvement.
When we showed one of our teams, the goal setting sheets that we had planned on using, the teams were really excited about it and were like, this is what we wanted our students to really get buy into STAR, and they were really excited and started piloting it with their whole team, and we're using it, so.
And the thing that stood out to me when I was looking at it probably is that very focused effort on knowing the 27 individuals more personally to get the perspective and to get the motivations and understanding of, what challenges they have. So that seems to be like probably the most different, but a lot of it seems to be kind of the same structured approach of, kind of what would expect normally to be occurring. It's just this group being so relatively small across the whole picture, it allows for that very focused person-to-person interaction, which is good.
Anybody else with questions or?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's questions or comments, because I was one of the kids that grew up in the kind of environment that you're describing. And where I'm coming from on that is that my parents were the ones that immigrated to this country. Their English was not bad at that age when I attended school. The challenge that I faced was that I didn't have the support at home to go through the coursework that I did, whatever it was, the first grade, kindergarten, second grade, et cetera. I was the trailblazer in the family. And so it was on me to learn the content, to master the content, to do the homework at home and stay vigilant to that, because they didn't have the support of going to a parent to say, how do you do this? I don't understand this. And that, I think that is probably the biggest challenge, well, one of many, but it's a huge challenge for those kids to be that self-motivated self-starter, to try and learn these concepts in a language that's not native to them, and not having the supports at home, or having limited supports at home to help reinforce and drive that content to mastery. So I understand this. I lived it. It's a different time now than you know, last millennium when I went through this. But I think the challenges remain consistent. So I applaud your program in addressing this, but be cognizant of those facts with the parental support at home. It's a huge challenge. It's a huge challenge that in my generation, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound trite about it, but it's something that you still have to address. Learning starts at home. It's not just at school. Learning is supported at home, and by having that support ready to go at the home. And I think that was something that Dr. Rowe alluded to with that came out of the Ukrainian night, is the parents want to learn too. And by those parents wanting to learn language and learn the American culture, if you will, to adapt to the new place that they're living, I don't doubt for a moment that the parents want to help support the kids too. And it almost becomes mutually beneficial, because the kids can help the parents at the same time as the parents can help the kids. And it's a very interesting dynamic that you have to be exposed to directly to kind of and immerse yourself to understand it. I applaud you and your team for trying to navigate these waters and work with these kids, and you know, just stay vigilant with it, because I'm sure you see that they want to learn, they're eager to learn.
Well, thank you. That's exactly why we also added that family engagement piece, and trying to figure out what is, you know, where can we best help support, where our family is most eager to be wanting to, you know, either be at the school, you know, can we, you know, meet at libraries, can we, you know, have other family engagement nights, what is it that, you know, what can we do to help support you and try to, you know, get the best interest out of that.
Yeah, and the other challenge that I experienced at that Ukrainian night last month was that the parents were asking what other activities were available for the younger kids to participate in. We are, as not just a school district, but as a culture, we're very good at having activities for the older kids. Look at the high school offerings and to a lesser extent the middle school. But these are families that come from a culture where these activities are available at a very young age, and 100% immersible in those activities. The culture that Ukrainians come from is very dance and music oriented, and I don't doubt that other cultures are similar. But having that immersive experience, it walks that fine line between assimilating to a new culture and still finding a way to retain your roots. And it's a very challenging line to walk. Again, it's one that I've experienced. So it draws on my heartstrings when I watch this and I see it and I listen to it, because it's something that has been part of my life experience. So I implore you, you probably already know this, but continue to engage these families, allow them the breadth to learn, because I have no doubt that they will continue to immerse themselves in the experience and the American journey, quite honestly, as and I don't mean that lightheartedly.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, item 17, Assistant Superintendent of Special Services, Dr. Del Castillo.
Dr. Del Castillo has laryngitis tonight, and so she has a limited voice. Yes, so I'm her spouse, so I will be reading. So she wanted to provide an update on Care Solace. And with this update, Care Solace is a confidential tool that allows our students, staff, and family members to quickly look for help for mental health and substance issues. It's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 or 366 days a year, and it's available in any language at home. Since Care Solace was introduced to our district and our staff and families in September, the usage has gradually increased each month, and to date, there have been 47 individuals or families who have been referred through Care Solace and have been connected with mental health care providers and attended appointments. The top reasons for self-initiated or family-initiated or staff-initiated referrals include anxiety, depression, and trauma. Age groups for referrals are split relatively evenly across three groups, but children ages 3 to 11 is 26% of the referrals. Our adolescents, ages 12 to 17, were about 36% of the referrals, and adults, ages 18 and plus, are the other 38% of the referrals so far. Feedback from families and staff have been extremely positive, and on average, it's taken about 26 days between the time a Care Solace referral is made and then that first appointment when a provider occurs. And that's outstanding. Their goal is 6 weeks, I believe, and the average is at 26 days. So that's the update we have regarding Care Solace. Any questions?
Maybe we should do a ventriloquist act.
No, we could have done that.
Okay. All right, item 18 is President's Report. We'll go to each board member who has attended Triple I to give a brief synopsis of what their experience is like, and how we start left to right. So, Troy, first.
Okay, that's not good because I've got a lot to go on here. Let's see. Friday, I attended the 2 half-day sessions. One session was held by the Associate for Alaska School Boards. It's not exactly what I expected. It was more governance-based, but it was interesting to hear perspective of an Alaskan school board and how they work up there with all the different islands and climate challenges. One of the things that I remember most is she was talking about a school district that had 8 kids in it, and it was on an island that they had to fly into, and how they managed the governance with that particular small community. The Friday afternoon session was the partnership with the new leadership. We've already heard about that, so I won't go into that any further. I attended all 3 of the general sessions, and the speakers, their words were really good. The speakers were really good this year. They talked about the life journey of one gentleman who went from cocaine dealer to celebrity TV chef. And he reflected on his entire journey from being a person who made $1 million at age 19 to now being a grandfather and having learned and then giving back to the community to help others who were underprivileged to get out of the environment that they've been in and how to move ahead with their lives and stay out of trouble. It was very good. The Saturday speaker had to do with Amanda Ripley. She was the presenter, and she talked about high conflict and the Benji Wilson story in Chicago. Also highly moving to hear her comments as a journalist and interview the people who were part of that entire situation. More excitedly, I'm sure everybody is awaiting with bated breath the results of the delegate assembly. And this is where the fun begins. So there were, I think, 8 different resolutions that were presented. The Miller ratio one that we opposed was indeed adopted, 319 to 86. There were a total of 409 official voters, although they acknowledged that there are people who checked in a little bit early or checked in a little bit late, rather, so the numbers might not totally add up. The second resolution was the alternative fuel bus funding proposition, which we supported. That one was not voted on because it was not recommended for a vote. So even though we decided to take a stance on it, there's always the option of an appeal being filed to reconsider and having it represented and voted on at the delegate assembly. In this case, there was no appeal, so the vote never came on that one. Item number 3 had to deal with the firearms dealer location. We did support the resolution. There was no vote. Again, it was not recommended for a vote. However, this one, there was an appeal for a reconsideration, and then it did go to a vote at the General Assembly. Overall, that resolution failed 154 to 212. Number 4 was an existing proposal or reaffirmation regarding the capital grant fund for school buildings. We supported it. It passed on consent. Item 5 was the existing school safety fund, which we supported. Also, that one passed on consent. Resolution number 6, involvement of candidates for public office. We opposed that as a board. There was no vote, and there was no appeal to reconsider on that one, so it never went for adoption. Number 7, the Mandates Review Committee, we supported this particular resolution. It was pulled from consent, voted on individually, and passed 258 to 132. Resolution number 8, the financial contributions for school board elections. We supported the resolution that was proposed, was pulled from consent, went to the General Assembly, who voted on it and passed it 307 to 61. There were the constitutional amendments. This also had some fun. There were 3 constitutional amendments that were being proposed. The first one, where they moved the election term from 1 year to 2 years for the IASC board. That one failed, 210 to 197. We all had to do a recount on that. Anyway, so the elections of officers will remain at 1-year terms and voted on annually. The second one had to do with the resolution for the constitutional amendment for 2/3 of the delegates present. If you recall, that one did pass 286 to 116. The third amendment had to do with the resolution to appeal process change. That one passed resoundingly at 342 to 46. Our officers for IASC, Simon Kempworth Jr. and Mark Harms, were reelected to a second 1-year term. And after all of that excitement, I continued on for the sessions for the rest of the day, dealing with presentations on measuring the impact and academic returns on investment. The second one, evidence-based funding for beginners. I needed a little bit of brush up on that one, so I enjoyed that one and the math that went with it. And then I closed out that Saturday with a legislative roundtable. Wasn't quite what I expected, but it was nice to hear some of the viewpoints of 3 different legislators throughout, located statewide. Sunday, I attended the large unit networking, a large district networking session, and got to meet celebrity in school circles, rather. The incoming chair for the Illinois State Board of Education, Dr. Stephen Osoyo, was in that session. It was nice to spend a couple minutes just introducing myself and saying hello. We didn't spend a lot of time, but it was nice to put a name and a face together. You probably won't remember me from, a couple million other people who were there, but for me, it was pretty cool. And then, like I said, the third session was closing out with the gentleman who was who spoke about his story of transformation, going from, Kane Bueller, who was jailed for 10 years, and then changing his life around 180 degrees. So very good school board conference, lots to take away from, and learned a lot of things. So I'm glad I went for another year.
Okay. I got, all right, I have quite.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I wanted to see if I can interrupt for a second. I was going to, throw in a comment sheet. My nephew ended up doing it. I just wanted to stop in. I was here at the last board meeting to bring awareness to a situation that happened to my grandson. You spoke on it, Mr. Rowe, Mrs. Superintendent. I spoke to you yesterday. What you spoke on today, you did not elaborate that with me of the meeting that you did go to. I don't think there's enough awareness here. I don't think there's enough acknowledgement here to what is going on in your district. Not only kindergarten, goes all the way to high school. My nephew came here to speak what he did last year with the walkout. There's a lot of kids affected by this. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not happy with the decision that you guys made. I'm not happy with some of the comments you said about my grandson to kind of not, wait, I understand,
I apologize. I've allowed you to speak and I should not have allowed you to speak.
But you gave a little bit of acknowledgement to it.
I'm sorry.
It needs more awareness.
This is a meeting of the board.
I understand.
Okay, and I'm sorry, we have certain rules and protocols.
I get it. I understand.
Okay, and I understand.
I do have to
and I'm
defend
appreciative
myself.
of your situation, but you're interrupting a meeting.
I understand, and I apologize to everybody, but I did want to bring awareness because you guys are not doing it. So I apologize for interrupting this meeting. I will leave, but you will not, this will not be the last time you hear from me. And Mr. Rowe, you're asking people to call you. Maybe you need to call us back to give us some answers as well. So my apologies once again to the family. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not quite as prepared or as Mr. Troy. But I did have a very, very busy weekend, attending Triple I. I think the hardest part about the conference is there are so many excellent sessions, and they're all offered kind of at the same time. So, you do your best to pick ones, that are, you know, kind of what you're looking to learn a little bit more about for the year. So, I was with Mr. Troy in Get Ready to Govern. Again, it was more, you know, probably not what we thought was going to be, but there were some good, a couple of good takeaways. I think one of them that we talked about was the importance of evaluating ourselves as a board. That it's not really fair for us to evaluate our superintendent on a yearly basis without evaluating ourselves, so that, you know, that was kind of a fair point to bring up, and maybe revisiting our mission statement every once in a while just to, you know, keep ourselves, you know, just to remind ourselves like what our mission and our vision is, so that was kind of a cool takeaway from that one. The next pre-conference that I went to happened to be with reexamining the board's role in community engagement, with fell in nicely with Naomi becoming community relations chair. And one of those things, suggestions that came away from that one was opportunities for community members to meet our board members, and, you know, how do we do this without, of course, violating OMA, but maybe having some coffee and conversations, you know, once a month or every couple of weeks, picking 2 board members to just meet the community where they are, whether it's at a coffee shop or at the library or somewhere, and just on various times. Maybe one could be on the weekend, one could be on the evening, one could be during the day, just to give people an opportunity to just get to know us a little bit more on a casual basis. So that was one that had come out of that session, and just really wanting to know like what we wanted our, you know, what our communication goals were for with the community. I also attended all the general sessions, which were excellent. I attended a session on amplifying student voice with a seat at the board table, and that was a really interesting one because I believe at one point we did have student voice at the, you know, and they're not a voting member, but it just kind of brings some feedback, and that perspective from within the building, just to share what's going on and give that perspective. I think that might be an excellent opportunity because we have so many students that are so vested in civic engagement now. We've got our Global Studies Academy, and I think that is just an excellent opportunity for maybe us to consider having a student voice or a student advisory council, you know, that just kind of share some of that in the building experience with us. I also attended the same session with Jessica Lombard on student violence and the challenges that surround that, and again, really focusing on the social emotional learning. And then I had an opportunity to hop into the carousel of panels, and Dr. Dillon's going to love me right now. He's like, what? Because I stuck in and I grabbed the little pamphlet on our on therapy dogs. I think the principal's going to love me for this one, but maybe looking at the importance of having the therapy dogs back in the schools, coming in to help our students from the social emotional side, just, you know, giving that support for them. So, and the general sessions were great, and it was an excellent conference that was just jam-packed for me. So I could go on, but it's 9:30.
Okay, all right. I looked up a couple of titles off my schedule here, but, what I tried to do with my experience is kind of look for themes, and kind of what I focused on was, equity, inclusion, and then also kind of the darker side, the violence and the, school tragedies that we see. So, first on the agenda was this, they called it equity immersion, and it was kind of this massive room, and had probably 8 to 10 mini session stations around the room, as well as speakers and group talks. And I really went through the individual mini sessions kind of one by one, and was able to attend like 4 of them. And my first experience was walking into this big room, and I'm looking around like, what do I do? And this gentleman comes up, and I talk to him, I get his advice, he gives me the lay of the land, some suggestions, and that was very helpful. I moved on and went to the sessions. My second session was led by that same individual, and he was talking about the importance of all things student involvement, hearing the student voice. How do you incorporate those into your equity programs, and how do you get that perspective from them? And kind of moved on, and there was a board president from a inner city type district, you know, and he kind of talked about all the challenges he faced with, you know, diversity topics, and really making sure that from an equity standpoint, opportunity was uniform across his district, and things he done to help that along. Try to read my own handwriting here. Oh, this is the one I didn't find too interesting, so let's get over that one. And then just, you know, the overall theme of that was, you know, things about, you know, how, you know, really reviving empathy, you know, getting to know each other as people and gaining that perspective that the other side has. And you kind of talk a lot of the buzzwords about, you know, microaggressions and those type of things, but it was really about how do you foster an environment where people can really start to understand each other, really show true empathy, understand their perspective, and really start to look out for each other. You know, so that was a big takeaway. And then the wrap-up discussion was with the IASB president, and he was talking about, you know, equity as a priority for IASB, and you know, some of the new school reporting standards around that goal, and you know, et cetera. And they had this panel of student ambassadors, and some were still in high school, some were first year in college. And And even though the young man that was on the far left was a Wolverine of all things, he was the guy that greeted me at the door and passionately delivered his session and really, found it to be really inspiring. And ends up, he's a college freshman, and he's really an advocate for having a student voice, really looking for that perspective and really reviving empathy for the good, for the better of all. So, that kind of dovetailed into that, I believe, general session, I think the same day, which was, it was poetry expression, but it really was, in my mind, the word positivity comes to my mind. And it was, the benefit of positivity, that energy that you can exude and that has an impact on others around you. So to kind of tie those themes together, I came away kind of a revived and kind of came up into the discussions today, knowing the students, having some relationship with, if not everyone, as many people as possible, to know the kids, what motivates them, inspire an environment of empathy, inspire an environment where you understand the perspective of others, and that would go to students, parents, administrators, board members, and if all that, and it's all kind of qualitative and not quantitative, but if all that did come together, we would all be better off. So that was my theme.
Free pass, John. So, Bill.
So a couple things that were most impactful for me at this III, and it's been a couple years since I was able to go. One was actually a presentation that our team gave, which was Dr. Rowe, Mr. Altmeyer, and Mr. Rutasic. And they were discussing all the different initiatives that we're doing here in the district to help save us money today and in the future, as well as educating our kids on a lot of the different things we're doing that we've heard about over the course of the last several years, but to see it all pulled together in a presentation and to get the real total impact that it was having, the solar panels, the buses, the lights, the electricity savings. One thing that blew me away, I never had heard this, was even our HVAC systems are tied into this saving money kind of thing. They were talking about during the warmer months when the air is on and the lights are on, if there's no kids in the gym, that those actually shut off and are saving us money during that. I guess they knew that, but it just to hear it in this presentation was cool. And what was really impactful more than anything was the people that were in the room listening and how locked in they were and how they were just like feverishly taking notes about stuff that they could implement in their districts and ways that they can help save money. And we all know the future of the state financially is fairly bleak. So to be able to do certain things like this are things that can really make doing a lot of things in your district palatable. So that was just a great experience for me. And then the other thing that it's happened before, but was very impactful to me was all the different conversations I had with board members from other boards, administrators from other districts, and just how not good of a relationship that they have with each other. And I kept thinking about the professional working relationships our board has with our administrators and how that makes it so much easier to have trust and confidence in each other when you're making decisions at this level and making the best decisions for the kids and the teachers and the community and everyone else involved, and just feeling fortunate that this is the district that I'm in. So those are kind of my two big takeaways from the conference.
All right, so this was my first venture down to III, so I wasn't really sure what to expect. I mean, I heard, just kind of pick your classes, but I did pick around school finance. I went to a few of those. One of them was terrible, but what I would say is, I'm around finance every day, and school finance and bank finance couldn't be farther apart, so it was important for me to do that. And then sat in on a couple of legislative roundtables, which I actually really enjoyed. That's newer to me too, and since I head up that chair, I thought it was important for me to be at. But the ones I probably took the most away from were the equity and understanding and human behavior and change. I think with having 3 kids in the district and understanding what they come home with and talk about, I like to hear like what these panels are talking about. And it doesn't really matter if it's a school district of, 300 kids or a district our size. They all have the same problems and they do have successes in different areas. So it's just nice to hear the differences and, other things that we can work on to, better the district, continue to better the district overall. So I think for me, the most unique part of it is I didn't expect, we do a lot of expos in the business world for me, and I was just blown away at how many exhibits there were and what you could look, anything you can imagine for a school is there to be looked at. And I even buying your own new turf for your high school, I guess you can do. So, but it was a great experience, and looking forward to next year already.
Great. Lastly, I also did the initial equity sessions. One was given by the outgoing state superintendent, who's both interesting and edgy. She's an edgy person, so it was a little chip on her shoulder. But it's important to be exposed to that, exposed to understanding the learning deficits that exist throughout the state, and understanding how that translates to our district. Anytime you can talk about compassion, empathy, that those are core items that I see across our district in our buildings, and all of that stuff is extremely important. I also attended. I try to stay away from finance stuff at this conference because I usually find it where I'm at on this stuff, but I chose to go to this one also with Mr. Craddy because I thought they were going to be talking about a little bit about the EBF formula that the state's enacted in the last couple of years, and I'm not as well versed on that item. Unfortunately, the gentleman who hijacked that thing was probably one of the worst people. He actually serves as a superintendent somewhere down in Springfield, and I still haven't lodged my complaint to ISB, but that gentleman should never be allowed to speak in front of people ever again. He was almost criminal on some of the stuff he was talking about. So if anything I got out of that, maybe I can weed out somebody who doesn't belong talking to other school finance people. So that was pretty horrific to view and watch. What do I really say? It was awful. It really was. I'll throw out the Mr. Haney from Green Acres. If you can imagine that guy speaking about finance, that's who was speaking to us that day. So, anyways, the other couple of items that I attended was a board president roundtable where they had choose our own topics, in groups, and the topics that we thought we were most interested in. And again, some of the topics, some of them were out there, some of them were okay. One I chose happened to do with board members and board member improvement. We had just gone through our selection process for the KPC. These other districts that were at the table were all having trouble even getting people to run for a board seat. I was able to share that we only had 7 really, really good people apply. Ultimately, we only interviewed 5, but just told them that it's, you just got to reach out to people in the community and see the type of people who are attending events and who have interest in it, and who are level-headed people who will look at issues and good sound decisions. So that was fairly enjoyable. And then, as always, one of the biggest things that we gained is being able both to interact getting other perspectives on things. It's always such a valuable piece of this, is going to triple I, so I always find it that we do very well in that regard, and everybody gets a lot out of that. Lastly, I'll finish up my president's report with a couple personal items that occurred. They both occurred on Sunday. They happened to be personal interactions. At a event, that I'm a referral group, and one of my referral group members is here in attendance. And we were doing Toys for Tots at the American Legion, and I happened to get about 10, 15 minutes with his daughter, who's a junior at our high school. And just the opportunity to be able to talk to some of our kids who are going through different programs in the high school. How she had started out in a medical academy, and it just wasn't kind of really working out for her, and just realizing that, hey, I'm going to check out some different avenues. And like I said, she's a junior. She's taken 3 different blended classes and 3 regular classes. Really articulate young woman. And what struck me is, again, we talk about partnerships and parents being a big factor in it. And I just, I'll throw this out, how blessed some children are to have parents that are involved in their education and provide that support. And obviously, a young woman was well supported by her family, and it took a great interest in just the blended classes, how they fit in, and she has this interest in criminal forensics. And we have classes that she can take next year as a senior that allow her to forensic science type class. Just the avenues that some of our kids have to pursue their what they become interested in, which is very enlightening and very just was very interesting. And then the last was the son of another person who's part of this group who's managed some baseball teams in Lincoln Hills. He was always on several of those teams, and he has just graduated from the University of Missouri. And having gone there, and he's pursuing a career that has to do with ecology, and he's been out to the eastern part of Oregon for 5 months. And just come back home, and he's going to be in Louisiana doing some stuff, and just seeing him pursue and having him just how excited he was about what he was doing and what he was pursuing. So I think just talking to, giving a chance to talk to kids who've either come through our district or still going through our district, that hearing some of those stories is just very heartwarming. I wanted to share that with you all. So with that, we can move on to item 19, community relations, student outreach. Irina.
Thank you. So, we have 19.1, the FOIA report. Anyone have any questions?
Answer any questions of the FOIA report, and then I do just have a small update. Any questions on this one? I can hear you. Okay, so the update I'd like to provide tonight is a follow-on up from our October presentation about the culture and climate survey that was administered in October. So in October, we came forward and presented some of the results that we got from our staff. One of our strategic planning measures this year is to conduct surveys for job satisfaction for our staff, and the structure that we chose to pursue for this year is multiple surveys over the course of the year, asking those general job satisfaction questions that we've taken from EAB templates, and then as well as certain elements that will be relevant based on the time of the year. So at the beginning of the year, we asked about culture of learning, how that's impacted staff and their students and their academic behaviors in the classroom. So as a result of that, we put together a working group for the culture and climate in our district, with representatives from ETA, PEDSA, as well as Dr. Rowe, Dr. Zier, and myself. And the group met 3 times over the course of this semester, and we really focused in on one element of those survey results, which was what it means to be heard in the district. So both at the building level and from district leadership, what the staff need to feel as though their opinions and their voices are being heard and valued district-wide. And in order to make this impactful, we really wanted to
have something that staff members and group members could walk away from that was tangible, and kind of close the loop and make sure that there were action items attached to what our discussion centered around. So at all of your places, you'll see, we took some time to put together a staff charter, which is actually a ruler exercise that some of our students and teachers exercise in the classroom. And we took this exercise to just kind of go through what it means in those different categories of your daily colleague interactions, your building leadership interactions, and then district leadership as well. So you'll see some of the items that we detailed in that staff charter came directly from staff feedback and the conversations that we had as a group. It talks about kind of what we can do to forge strong relationships on a daily basis, celebrating small wins for our staff, making time for collaboration, making time for progress opportunities, and being mindful of time as well, because there's never enough of it, especially for educators. And then we'll continue to use this group over the course of the year. So we're looking to the next survey opportunity around February, and we'll continue to engage these staff representatives. They were great partners for us. It was really productive conversation, really productive work, and I think we all walked away with a collective sense of progress and kind of a task that we want to go forward with the rest of the year. So we'll continue to leverage the work that we're doing here and those intangible benefits on a daily basis, but also the tangible efforts that we can take forward. I don't know, Dr. Rowe, if you have anything to add based on your experience?
I don't, other than I appreciate the candor of the staff members that joined the committee. We had wonderful conversations, and I got to know a couple of people that I hadn't had the opportunity to have personalized relationships with. I always appreciate that, but I appreciate the report. I think it's great.
We'll come back in around February or March with those results as well.
Thank you. And then now we have item number 19.2, some donations. Dr. Rowe?
Yes, just real quick to highlight, appreciate and welcome these donations, and a huge thank you to Philippe Benitez, who donated one kit to Heinemann, and then the D&D Comfort Incorporated donating $2,500 to the high school boys basketball program. So thank you to both of those, the person in the group for supporting our programs in our school district.
Any questions? Okay, then we can move on to item 20.
Okay. Item 20, consent agenda. Are there any items that anybody needs pulled from consent agenda?
Legislative. No legislative.
There's no.
Huh. So don't pull it.
Right, there is no on it. So if there's nothing, items to be moved from consent, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
For Mr. Guerin, can we have roll call, please?
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Okay, on to item 21, action items. Item 21.1 is van driver job description. Here's Eric.
Yeah, we just have a van driver job description here, as Ms. Lombard discussed earlier, looking at possibly bringing on some folks that could drive vans to help transport students. The licensing process for a van, much simpler than going through the process for driving a bus. We know we have some folks that have gotten into the process to drive a bus and, backed out. So when we added this position, working with the union, into the contract, the hope is, maybe some of those folks could, go into those roles, once those vans are available.
Have any questions related to that? Now I'll make a motion to approve the van driver job description. Presented. Second. Second for Mr. Gentry. Can we roll call?
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Motion passes. And 21.2 perspectives, let's see, Dr. Zaire.
So I am bringing a consulting agreement, this associate agreement onto the board tonight. This is our employee assistance program. We're having to make a switch. We've been with Advantage Behavioral Health for, over 7 years. You usually don't see that very often because I signed in, we did 2 multi-year contracts with them at 3 years apiece. Unfortunately, Advantage Behavioral Health will be closing their doors on December 31st. We were notified in November of this, and so it's put us into a mini scramble to have something launched by January 1. The Employee Assistance Program is very important for our employees. I had a couple calls today, wanting the number for our current provider. They provide counseling services, for our staff for numerous issues that they may have going on, whether that's relationship, work stress, depression, it could be a number of things. So as I met with Perspectives, they are presenting a great program to us. There's some local districts around us that I checked with that were also using them. We are going to see a slight increase. You can see there the annual cost for 2023 is $15,912. We did not have an increase from Managed Behavioral Health for 6 years. So what is going to come with that increase? Well, what I'm finding from Perspectives in terms of, technology and things that they have to offer, it is much deeper. And at your place, I scaled back a packet for you on Perspectives and some of the offerings that they have. And so you can look through that at your leisure, and that is just part of what they've been able to present out there. The big change we're going to see, our staff right now, using Advantage Behavioral Health, can go for 3 visits for free. With Perspectives, they get 6 visits for free on, and it's 6 visits per issue. So if you would go for stress, there's 6 visits. If you would go for something financial, there's 6 visits. And it also includes their family members too. So the bang for our buck here, I think is very good. They have a lot of, like I said, they've got an app that comes with it. We did not have that with Advantage Behavioral Health. It was a phone call. Obviously, they've got some telehealth services. They also have some counseling that can be done through texting too. So we are excited to launch this January 1 and start communicating with the staff within the next couple of weeks, of course, after board approval. But this will be a big shift for our staff because 7 years with the company, and that's your go-to. We're going to have to do a major communication here to make sure folks are going to the right place.
All right, anyone have any questions for Dr. Zerrin?
As I was flipping through the handout here, I noticed in here that the work-life program offers employees assistance with consultation or referrals for elder care. I know that's an issue in my family. I imagine it's an issue for many people in my life bracket or whatever, my age bracket. Is this something that was offered with the previous provider, or is this a new thing?
It was not.
Okay.
We're going to see some more layers here. We also have some programs that we can't pay extra to bring in that's very topic specific. So those are some opportunities we can have this company come in and present to a large group. I do want to mention too, they're looking to use a virtual meeting at the beginning of next year with our staff, so they can get familiar. But Paul, to answer your question, there are a lot of offerings through Perspectives, and primarily because they're a larger company, they have more resources that we just didn't have through Advantage Behavioral Health. That being said, Advantage Behavioral Health, the feedback from the staff is nothing but positive. The personal phone calls I've got from that helped people out, countless over the last 7 years. And then obviously folks that I don't hear from because it's confidential when they go to see this. The only thing we see from this company is utilization, so they'll give us a report on how much the staff is utilizing. They obviously don't share names that, but that elder care is just one component of that.
Yeah, no, and looking at the different areas here that we offer, there's just the 8 on this particular page is extremely comprehensive, and that's huge. So hopefully people take advantage of that.
I've worked with Alice on the communication here, and the information they provided us We've had to scale it back just because when, you know, we're gonna have an all-in, you know, packet that obviously gets communicated out, but we also need we call them quick sheets, you know, 4 pages, or people can get lost in it, but, yeah, the resources here, I was blown away in the presentation that they brought to me, and, you could sit there and ask questions all day on it, that's for sure, but a lot of resources here, so, you know, we're excited to make the shift. Just doing 1 year, with them, not comfortable to do something multi-year, that is something they said they would consider, this time next year, but, I wanna make sure it's the right fit, for our folks in our district first.
Thank you.
Oftentimes the AP programs are pretty underutilized. What is the utilization of the program?
So I haven't got the utilization report, this year, she usually sends that here in December, but we see, anywhere in the past, we've seen about, 350 to 400 employees use it for something, and that could also be a family member that was utilizing it. So they just give us the utilization number there. So we have seen an uptick in the last couple of years, with it being pushed out, and we will push this out even more. And I think with, you know, the advertisement of, you know, I think we'll see a lot of folks, you know, engage this with spouses, their kids, and things of that nature, primarily because I think it's going to be more convenient with the technology that they're bringing to the table.
Anything further? I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve respective EEP agreement as presented. There's second. Second. Gentry, your roll call, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Minorino?
Yes.
Mr. Karen?
Yes.
Mr. Grady?
Yes.
Motion passes. 21.3, transportation minivan purchase. Mr. O'Hara.
Thank you very much. At the last meeting, I had mentioned to the board that we found a dealer to replace 5 of our minivans. For the past year, we've been looking for minivans, but obviously with the supply chain crisis, especially hitting automobile makers pretty hard, we have not been able to find really any minivans locally. And during the month, we found a dealer that is new inventory and can receive new inventory for 2022 Chrysler Hybrid Pacifica minivans for purchase. That being said, a little bit about our current fleet of 5 vehicles, and I mentioned this at the last meeting we had. We've got 5 vehicles ranging from years 2002, believe it or not, to 2014, all of which had extremely high mileage, all in excess of $100,000. And frankly, all of them do need to be replaced because we have students in these minivans, in the majority of these minivans. And knowing that we want to utilize these to better staff our transportation department, I think we have to act kind of judiciously to make sure we can get these. Working with the general manager at the dealership versus every other dealership I've contacted, all the other dealerships, and there's only really 3 minivans available. It's the Honda Odyssey, then the Toyota Sienna, and the Chrysler Pacifica. All of the other dealers I have contacted are selling their vehicles at MSRP because, well, they just don't have a lot to sell. They have 1 or 2. In fact, a few of the Chrysler dealers I worked with said, well, we can get you 1, maybe 2, but we would have to order the rest, and, well, you may not receive that for a long time based on the supply chain shortage. Whereas this dealer has assured me that he has frozen five vehicles that he can absolutely get for us. And after working with him and letting him know that, well, I have fleet experience with Enterprise Fleet Services, he agreed to give me called fleet pricing, which is invoice less holdback, which is approximately $2,700, or less than everybody else is willing to sell these to us for. I also want to make the board aware, while in the past, when we were purchasing driver's ed vehicles and or minivans in the past, and or O&M vehicles, we would utilize the state contract. And the state contract usually has pretty beneficial pricing, and we would go with that. But unfortunately, since the pandemic, since the supply chain shortage, there is no state contract for O&M vehicles, for vans, for anything. So this is the reason we are going the route we are going. The Chrysler Pacifica invoice price of $47,000. But it is a plug-in hybrid that gets 82 miles per the gallon. I had to read that twice because I couldn't believe it. 82 miles per the gallon. So it certainly supports everything that we are currently doing. A little more expensive, a lot more expensive actually than a Honda Odyssey and Toyota Sienna, about $9,000 more. But what this vehicle also has is a $7,500 federal rebate that we will be eligible for, and we'll go through the process of receiving, which significantly brings that price point down. In addition to that, the 82 miles per gallon that this vehicle has, that the Toyota Sienna is at the $37,000, $38,000 price, does not have as well, obviously, the mileage. And so on an annual basis, based on the estimated mileage we would be putting on these vehicles, we can expect to see approximately $1,500, anywhere from maybe $1,300 to $1,700 fuel savings per vehicle, which would bring that break even down within a few years. So based on all of those things, oh, and by the way, with this dealership, we do have a lifetime powertrain warranty on all of these vehicles, which is also something unusual that the other vehicles do not have. So based on all of those different factors, we would like to make a recommendation to the board to replace our current 5 vehicles, which we are not trading those in at this time because we might still keep a few of them temporarily so that we can, optimize our transportation driver situation. But for the very, very old vehicles, we will be sending those, not for dealer trade-in, to the auction. Excuse me, I was thinking about where we're going to send them, so that we can maximize the trade-in value back on the trades. But with that, the administration makes a recommendation to purchase 5 Chrysler Pacifica hybrid minivans at a cost of $49,256.24 each at tonight. I'd love to field any questions you might have. And we will be using the transportation capital budget for these vehicles, which there is money in the budget for that. It will impact the number of propane buses we are looking for in February. But we also have to remember last year we purchased 9 propanes and we're receiving 4 electric buses, so that was 13 buses. And generally on an annual basis, we're doing anywhere from 9 to 10. So I think there's also room in the budget if we pull back the number of buses we look at this year.
First question is depreciation on these vehicles as part of the transportation reimbursement?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I did have that in my notes to bring up. So yeah, so although these vehicles are a little more expensive than the Sienna and the Honda Odyssey, we also have to remember that differential in price is also subject to depreciation and reimbursement by the state at a rate of 65%. Which also brings the rate significantly down.
State transportation reimbursement is effectively about 60%.
Yeah, 60 to 65% at the end of the day. Yeah. It all depends what their proration is at the end of the year. Some years it's been better than others.
All right. What kind of questions does anybody have there?
I'm ready. Given the usage pattern or anticipated usage patterns for these vehicles, is there a life expectancy given that they have these batteries and the recycling or what have you, disposal of these batteries?
Very good question. Well, I will tell you, obviously, we have a 20-year-old minivan in our fleet that we're continuing to use. We've got a lot of very old vans that we take care of because, well, we have students in those vehicles. So I would expect, and we expect that the life of these vehicles will exceed probably 8 to 10 years as long as we want to drive them. The depending upon what routes we put them on, we do have some kiddos that go on fairly long routes, private facilities. But we are expecting, as we have always done with our minivans or even our buses, right? We keep our buses 10, 11 years before we rotate them out. I don't love to do that, knowing we have students in these minivans, but we would expect them to at least last that long.
Okay.
And based on what we're hearing about battery life, the same thing we went through with the electric buses. They've come a long way.
I kind of, in my head, and whether it's fair or not, but I kind of look at the consumer vehicles, if you will, differently than I do school buses. And maybe I shouldn't, but it's just the wear and tear anticipated on school buses, I think, is designed to be as expensive as it is. Whereas on these consumer type vehicles, I just see it as designed differently. So regardless, even taking into account the care that we put into them to make sure that they're in good condition, obviously, because we're transporting students. Maybe it's for better or for worse, that's just how my mind thinks of them.
Just to be clear, so we're getting these 5, we're gonna still continue to use the other ones so that we can help with transportation hang-ups right now?
Possibly a few of the other ones. There's a few we need to take out of service, which is kind of making this need, right? We've got a couple really old ones that we just got to pull out of service. The 2013-14 vehicles, or excuse me, 13 and 14 that we have, we would probably keep in service until we get to a point where, well, maybe the supply chain improves in the automotive field and we could purchase a few more minivans, or we're to a point where we maximize all 7 vehicles doing the things we need to do to ease up, to help essentially our driver situation.
Some could possibly be used depending on the number of students, if there was a small extracurricular or something that they needed, either in the evening or the weekend. Some of the really old ones, we would shift over to, technology is used though sometimes as we need to deliver things back and forth. So, sometimes those older ones might be used for other, district needs, not just students. So, they would be beneficial there as well.
Given the depreciation of new vehicles and how rapidly that happens, have you looked at the used market to find something with low mileage, still as safe, but as long as a lifespan?
Well, if, you know, the problem with the used car market is you're overpaying for everything. I mean, we had an O&M vehicle for which the dealer offered us how much, Doug? $10,000, and we took it to auction, and it was $24,000. 24, 25. So $23,500, $24,000. And when you're buying a used vehicle with 30, 40, 50,000 miles on it, knowing how many miles we put on it per year, knowing that we would like to keep it for a lengthy period of time, I don't feel comfortable with it. Personally, I like my used vehicle, but knowing we're going to put students in these and knowing that we do have we're building an EV infrastructure, and we have an opportunity here to have an 82 mile per gallon minivan, which if we do keep this 8 to 10 years, it's going to bring the cost of that vehicle way down. And I think that combined with the $7,500 rebate, that combined with the additional cost being depreciated and reimbursed by the state of Illinois, and the lifetime powertrain warranty, tough call, but I think I'd go new at this point in time, only because the used car market is so inflated in price. Not your typical used car market right now. It's a hard time finding those things.
What's the post-tax incentive final dollars of 46.9?
The post-tax, well, the cost is $49,256, and we would receive a federal rebate of $7,500.
It's called 42. How does that compare to a non-hybrid?
42, yeah, 41.
You mentioned that the Odyssey and Sienna were much cheaper. How much cheaper?
Out the door after destination and title and plates, we're looking at anywhere from 37 to 38.5. So,
$3,000 difference upfront.
Net-
Net of the rebate, but the gas.
that will break even on gas in 2 years, 2 to 3 years.
That's where you're going.
Yeah.
That's hard. Yeah. Those one.
Yeah, I was just looking down at the, I don't quite know how to formulate the question. I don't see a lot of fancy options on here, which I think is the appropriate answer, but I want to confirm there's nothing else yet.
No, this is the model we're looking at is the lowest hybrid model, in the Pacifica line. And the only minivan on the market eligible for that $7,500 rebate is the Pacifica because it is a plug-in hybrid versus the Odyssey and the minivan, or Sienna, they're not.
Right. All right, so, the last question on this would be the safety element of it. I mean, is it, sure, in this day and age, the main car in the line is, yeah.
Significantly better than the ones we're currently driving.
Right. Good. Further? If not, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve, purchase of the 5 Chrysler Pacifica minivan as presented in the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Troy. Roll call, please.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Guerin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Motion passes. Item 21.4 on levy 2022 property tax extension. Mr. Omar.
Just would like to make the recommendation for the Board of Education to approve the 2022 levy as presented. Nothing else to report.
Additional discussion on this item. I mean, you've heard a few public comments, of course, on this tonight. Obviously understandable, this level of increase where there would be some concern from community members regarding it. Again, I think what I would point out to people who look at our budget, understand our budget, not take things out in isolation and look at the budget as a whole. Because we know better than to just look at an item or two and say this item's that percentage up and that item's that percentage. You look at the whole. Even that said, the whole is up higher. So my question to people would be, okay, if you wanted us to not do any increase in levy, what do you want to do when we start deficit spending right away and it perpetuates? But what are we cutting? What are we getting rid of? Or what class sizes do you want now? I think anybody who understands the mathematics of what is before us, if you look at the budget that is currently out there and what the projected budgets, the 5-year plan, and how expenses will come into line given existing employment contracts and expectations of certain cost increases to certain line items, that you would understand that if you forego any kind of tax levy increase on the item that is 60% of your revenue source with no ability to recoup it from any other source whatsoever, okay, and having your next highest source being the state of Illinois, where while they in general come through at a certain level, they're not coming through at any substantial levels. Again, reminding everyone that we're a tier 1 EBF district, meaning we're in the most neediest of categories, and it does not sit well with most people. That's how Illinois works, but it's the fact of the matter. Okay, and so we're dealing with facts, we're dealing with reality,
And, the reality is, unfortunately, 5% is what's necessary, to sustain, the district in a financial position that allows it to meet its obligations, and continue on a path towards, in solid financial shape, without starting to jeopardize the direction of where the school district is going. So, I'll let anyone else who wants to make a comment concerning it, but that would be my main comment.
No.
And then anybody wants to?
Yeah, I guess ultimately the question at hand is, you know, on a macro level, are we spending currently efficiently and effectively? And if the answer to that question is yes, then are the increases off that base reasonable based on the commitments we have? And I think the answer to that question is yes as well. You know, and ultimately it comes down to it's a competitive environment out there, and we are on the low end of spending from a peer group, county group, state group. And do we want to be doing? Is it worth the investment to invest in the programs, the education, the personnel for our district? And I would say the answer to that question is yes as well. It is worth the incremental investment. Continue to grow the programs that we have in place and the ones we want to further develop. So.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying, even before we came here tonight, I was just really struggling with being able to say yes to this one. There's, you know, I voted yes, I voted no. There's times when I think, you know, it's appropriate. But right now is where we are. I mean, there are families that are really, really struggling, and it's not going to get any better. And I'm not discrediting everything we're saying about our district and all the wonderful programs and everything that we do offer. I just know in talking to people and hearing even public comment tonight, but even before that, hard phone, it's difficult decision because families are struggling. When I think about the impact that has even on our students in their home life, when their parents are struggling or a parent has to take a second job, you know, people are not able to make ends meet as it is right now. It is difficult, and I don't think I can do it this year.
Understand. There's always some people who aren't making ends meet. I understand that. A lot of people who do make ends meet. Okay, so we're respectful of all of that. And again, it's a decision on the whole of the district. I think you ever look at things in one isolated bucket. So again, I'm looking at the overall necessity and the needs of the district to continue to succeed at the level. And again, from a community standpoint, again, it's unfortunate that our tax base is mostly residential. So it does hit a little bit harder on our homeowners, but you know, as time comes and you looked at the one district, peer district that was done that had the lower tax rate, the one that had a lower tax rate was Barrington. And I guarantee if you go look at Barrington's tax base, they're probably at 25% commercial industrial. It helps out their residential side considerably. And we're just not there yet as a community. Get it, but that's a community we all moved into and we accepted and we decided this is the kind of district that we wanted and we're willing to fund the level commensurate with that. So with that, if nobody else has any comments that they want to make, I'll make a motion to approve the 2022 levy property tax extension as presented in the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gentry. Can I have roll call, please?
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Garin,
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1. Item 21.5, the application for waiver of school code. It's stated there, statement of affairs, Mr. Altmeyer presented this.
Nothing
further.
Nothing else to add.
Anybody else have any comments or concerns related to it? If not, I'll make a motion to approve the application of waiver of school code 105, ILCS 5-10-17, statement of affairs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Troy. Roll call, please.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Garin,
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. 21.6, amendment number 4 of the cash farm rental agreement with Fruin Farm. Mr. Rinkus.
This is a complement to, the, other, next action item. This is our cash farm rental partner, Fruin Farms, agreeing that they would, if Forefront Power finds that they get all the approvals from zoning review and comments interconnect application to, construct 15-acre solar installation, community solar type installation, they would agree to sign off and amend their agreement with us to surrender that 15 acres. Just as a reminder, the revenue increase if the solar is go forward, just on lease, is about 650% to 750% increase in the revenue side of that. But that doesn't mean to include the value of the 10% discount we'll get on the power that we could have an opportunity to consume, which could be the balance of power that our existing solar does not get produced. So we'll save even more money. Opportunity. And Fruin Farms had no problem with agreeing to these amendments.
Probably should have had these reversed. Probably should have reversed the order of what we were voting on.
I was recommended by our legal counsel that
Do this one first?
Yes, because we have to make sure we know that
They're okay with it. All right.
that we agree with this document for them to surrender. They've already signed off on it.
Yeah, okay. I get it. All right. Does anybody have any questions related to that? Again, this is land that's Fruin, it's a farm for us that we'll be utilizing, assuming we pass the next agenda item, and so they're we're just amending it to reduce the amount of tillable acreage that.
And once again, it's just agreeing to something that may not happen yet.
Right, again, it's still a few hurdles for it to go. So, anybody have any questions or concerns related to this agreement? Questions? I'll make a motion to, approve amendment number 4 of the Fruin Farm rental agreement as presented. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Troy. Roll call.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Garin,
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes. Okay, item 21.7, community solar at Reed Road campus, Mr. Kevin.
All right, I kind of explained this one already, I guess, but just a refresher, most importantly, this is not an approval to go forward just yet. It's approval that we would agree to go forward if it's zoning review comes back favorable from Village of Lake in the Hills and comment interconnect application.
Okay, subject to those 2 items, correct?
What was the second one again?
Comment interconnect application for putting this additional load on the grid.
On that? Do you know? What would be the time frame on that? Like,
our partner is so confident that, this is gonna go through, as they said before, just to refresh, they did a preliminary application. It's a pretty low cost, we did this in we did our large installation, just to get a feeling for ComEd. Cursory review, if it could stand this kind of load, they came back and told them that, well, shave it down from 5 megawatts to 2.75, and it'd probably be okay, well, we could probably do it. Then they get into real detailed engineering with the final application. Our partner has already submitted that application. The timeline that, Illinois Commerce Commission has for response time on that, their commitment is they have to respond in 60 days, so that countdown has already started, I want to guess it's like a month ago, maybe? Right. So there's maybe one more month of that. Then the zoning review requires public hearings and things, and trade letters to the adjacent property owners and things. That will take probably 2-3 months, and that's probably okay because an installation like this probably is better not to take place in the middle of winter if you can help it.
But it's not a commitment, but it's a commitment if two things happen that are technically beyond our control. So the quasi approval, I guess, in my mind, based on that.
Yeah. It would be. I mean, there would not be a mechanism, if those two items are met, there's not a mechanism for us to stop this going forward.
No, we're agreeing right now that if those two conditions are met, we agree. Exhibit C in this document is actually the lease that we're agreeing that we will sign.
Why is this step needed in particular?
It is a large investment on their part, to put forward. They have to do preliminary engineering, and submit that. They're gonna have to do some plans, they're gonna have to send people, they're gonna have to fly, and then they go to the zoning meetings and things. So this is an investment on their part, time and money. They're so confident this thing's gonna go forward, they've done a little bit of it already.
Right.
They wanna know that we're committed.
Yeah, they're to put money up in the list.
And then number-wise, did it change since that original November 2nd presentation that's referred to, like the economics of the deal?
Yes. There was also one that would come in this month, the increase per year. Now, maybe Mark should talk to you.
Yeah, if you recall, we talked about the amount per acre that they'd be willing to reimburse us. And that was a graduated increase to 2%, so they agreed to increase that to 3% moving forward. And in addition to that, if the cost of the interconnection, what are we calling it, a transformer?
Yeah, the ComEd will definitely have a charge for the infrastructure they have to put in at the tap point, and Forefront Power would have to pay for that. The preliminary estimate, they believe, was kind of high, and they're optimistic. If that price goes down,
we sure.
Yeah, so we built that into the lease agreement.
Yes, this is a no-cost item to the district, to use our land for a specified period of time, so we talked about the land is not usable for any building purposes in the district. So it would be predominantly just used as it is currently for the farming, and the farming only yields so much income, and this would
benefit our district, and benefit our community, first and foremost.
And then reduce, yeah. Not just garage necessarily, it's for, it's what's called community solar money. That's the name. So, it's a commitment, so I'm sure everybody's on board. Yeah, I've expressed my biggest concern with it is aesthetics. Pretty big footprint out there in the middle of a field. It's gonna have, they're gonna have fencing around it and some bushes around it.
They understand that they're gonna have to do some visual, coverage there.
Yeah, I can't remember, it was a little bit of berming too.
I suggested they consider that in lieu of landscaping, but there's really no final commitment yet, but I'm sure through the zoning review, that's gonna get and incorporated.
And we've done to the village, encourage the village.
Yeah.
That's probably my biggest, I know there's power that line of the property to
And
the,
we
to
will,
the north there.
we will include the village pump. I think that discussion, they've already been alerted because the contiguous property is pumped.
Right.
So it's gonna be like a two village kind of discussion.
Kind of thing. All right, any other, Troy?
Nope.
Marino, any
I'm very good with
questions, sir?
Draw a blank, because that's a blank spot of this in the last meeting, but the, financially, what is that benefit?
The number, that was about 50,000. It's not huge.
No, I think that if I recall correctly, I think the benefit approximates $40,000 to $50,000 per year. That's the 15 acres at $1,500, right? Combined with the additional savings that we would yield by participating in 40% of the 10% credit, or 15%, 10% credit that we would receive from the output of the array.
Again, the net is 40,000 a year.
40 to 50, yeah.
As opposed to the farming revenue of what?
220 per acre, right?
28.
28 per acre, and 15 acres, you said?
Yeah, so it's not a lot of money.
Gotcha.
Good.
Other questions? The solar. Okay, then I'll make a motion to, approve the community solar on Reed Road campus opportunity as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Pierre and Mr. Wildly. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Myria?
Yes.
Mr. Garin?
Yes.
Mr. Grady?
Yes.
It passes. 21.8 supplemental purchase orders. Anybody have any questions or concerns related to those items listed? Not, make a motion to approve the supplemental purchase orders report and supplemental accounts payable as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Ready? Roll call, please.
Mr. Grady?
Yes.
Mr. Garin?
Yes.
Mr. Gentry?
Yes.
Mr. Daly?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Myria?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. Next item, adjournment. I'll make a motion to adjourn, this meeting at 10:45. Is there a second?
Second.
Who is it?
Daily.
Mr. Daly.
Mr. Daly.
Second.
Couldn't wait to get out of this first full board meeting. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Meeting is adjourned.